Chapter 612. In the return to heaven's spiritual land, the shadow of the death arena appeared. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure appeared. However, what shocked the cultivators of the Holy Eve spiritual land was that the one who returned was not Senior Brother Hua, whom they had been longing for, but Lu Ye. No, Hua Liaoyuan had also returned. However, at this moment, he was like a dead dog in Lu Ye's hand. A huge hole was clearly visible in his chest, and blood was flowing out with a dripping sound. There was no sign of life on his body, so he was obviously just a corpse. Many Holy Eve Spirit Land cultivators felt their scalps go numb as a chill swept through their bodies. Senior Brother Hua was killed? How could Senior Brother Hua, who was a Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivator, be killed? Although they didn't want to believe their eyes, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. On the other hand, Li Baxian finally breathed a sigh of relief after Lu Yi appeared. Just now, he felt that his little junior brother might not lose, but it was definitely just a kind of hope, a kind of prayer. Li Baxian was completely relieved when Lu Yi appeared in front of him intact. But then he was puzzled again. In his imagination, Lu Yi should have awakened the sleeping Hu Pe and cooperated with Hu Pa to have the capital to fight against Hua Liaoyuan. But now, Hu Pa was still nowhere to be seen. Obviously, he was still sleeping in the spirit beast bag. In other words, little junior brother was able to kill Hua Liaoyuan with his own strength, killing an enemy 4 realms above him. Even if the truth was right in front of him, Li Baxian was still shocked. Since ancient times, such a thing had never happened before. The so-called killing of an enemy above one's realm was generally only 1 or 2 realms higher. It was extremely rare to be able to kill an enemy 3 realms higher, let alone 4. Just as many thoughts were surging in his mind, Lu Yi suddenly raised his hand and threw the corpse in his hand away. A few Holy Eve Spirit Land disciples hurriedly caught it. Retreat! Frightened voices sounded. The Holy Eve Spirit Land cultivators woke up from a dream and hurriedly retreated. Xiaoliang and Tansheng were mixed in the crowd. Even after they left the range of the Spirit Land, they still couldn't hide the shock on their faces. The wolves didn't chase because it was meaningless. After the Holy Eve Spirit Land cultivators left returning Heaven Valley, Lu Yi activated the power of the concealment array. Ripples spread out, and the entire spirit land was covered by the array. His body could not help but stagger as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Little junior brother! Li Baxian hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Foam Yuechan hurriedly took out a healing pill and stuffed it into Lu Ye's mouth. After swallowing the spirit pill, Lu Yi waved his hand and said, "It's nothing serious. I need to recuperate for a while. The other party probably won't dare to act rashly for the time being. As for the spiritual land, senior brother and senior sister Foam, please take care of it." Li Baxian nodded. "Don't worry. I'll inform you immediately if anything happens." Lu Yi turned around and walked into his wooden house. He sat down cross-legged and silently operated his Xian Qi to recover. His injuries from the battle with Fire Prairie weren't serious, but they weren't light either. They were mainly internal injuries. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to recover. Watching Lu Yi enter the room, Li Baxian's expression was indescribably complicated. Foam Yuechan vaguely sensed something and asked, "What is senior brother thinking about?" Li Baxian smiled. "I'm thinking about the first time I met little junior brother." At that time, their little junior brother had been trapped on top of the Golden Light, and Wei Yang had been the first to arrive, followed by Lu Yi. With the strength of the 2 of them, they had protected him. Although they had never met before, just based on their identities as disciples of Blue Blood Sect, they had already regarded Lu Yi as family. That battle could be considered the battle that made Lu Yi famous. Since then, Lu Yi of the Blue Blood Sect was unstoppable and made a name for himself on the Spirit Stream battlefield. Thinking back, it had only been 2 or 3 years. Little junior brother, who needed the protection of his senior brother and senior sister, had actually grown to such a height. Li Baoxian could not help but feel that his own child had grown up. At the entrance of Returning Sky Valley, the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land had sorrowful expressions. The atmosphere was stifling. Even now, they had not recovered from the grievous news of Fire Prairie's death. A cultivator's path of cultivation was full of ups and downs. Life and death were normal. It was not that these people had not experienced life and death. On the contrary, each of them had experienced a lot of it. If Fire Prairie was killed by a ninth-order cultivator, it would not be a big deal. There was still a difference in strength between ninth-order cultivators. If he was killed, it could only be said that his cultivation was inferior and his skills were inferior. But Fire Prairie died at the hands of Lu Yi. Even now, they could not understand how the powerful senior brother Hua was killed by Lu Yi. What happened in the death arena? But they had no way of knowing the details. After all, only Lu Yi and Fire Prairie were in the death arena. Only they knew the whole story of the battle. Among the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land who came this time, Fire Prairie was the only ninth-order cultivator, but there were several eighth-order cultivators. One of them was Mingzhi, although he was from the Huanyu sect, because he and Hua Liaoyuan had similar temperaments. They would often find Hua Liaoyuan to spar. Hua Liaoyuan had never declined, so the two of them had a very good relationship. At this moment, Mingzhi was holding back his grief and examining Fire Prairie's corpse. Although Fire Prairie was dead, there were many marks on his body that might provide some clues that would allow Mingzhi to speculate about the situation of the battle. The fatal wound was on his chest. Fire Prairie's heart was directly crushed. There were many wounds on his body, but they were not caused by sharp weapons. They seemed to be bruises caused by a huge impact. After examining for a long time, Mingzhi could not find any useful clues. But judging from the injuries, Fire Prairie seemed to have engaged in a life and death battle with Lu Yi. In the end, Fire Prairie was defeated and killed by Lu Yi. But was this possible? With a difference of 4 minor realms, what qualifications did Lu Yi have to fight with Fire Prairie? Just as Mingzhi was feeling puzzled, he suddenly received a message from the battlefield mark. He quickly checked it and found that it was a message from Tu Guanxiong. It was a simple question: what happened? He had obviously received news of Fire Prairie's death. Mingzhi held back his grief and recounted everything that had happened in the past 2 days. When he heard that they had lost more than 60 people in the first battle, Tu Guanxiong was speechless for a long time. When Fire Prairie led his men out of the Holy Eve's spiritual land, Tu Guanxiong tried his best to get him to bring more men. A total of 70% of the spiritual land's forces were mobilized. In addition to the Sacred Fire sect disciples that Fire Prairie had gathered, they had lost more than 60 of their 150 people. This was truly unbelievable. Mingzhi then heard that Fire Prairie had used the death arena to lure Lu Yi into the space of the death arena. But in the end, the one who came out alive was Lu Yi, and Fire Prairie was the one who became a corpse. Do you know how Brother Fire was killed? A knife through his heart. I don't know anything else. Tu Guanxiong was silent for a moment. It seems like Lu Yi has some powerful treasure. This was the only possibility that could explain Fire Prairie's tragic death at the hands of Lu Yi. He did not think that Lu Yi could have killed Fire Prairie with his own abilities given the huge difference in their cultivation levels. Senior brother too, what do we do now? Mingzhi did not know what to do and felt that his mind was in a mess. It was unrealistic to attack by force. The other party had a pack of wolves. If they dared to step into the area covered by the sky ceiling formation, they would definitely not be able to return. However, they were unwilling to retreat just like that. So many people had died. If they did not take revenge, how could they return to the spiritual land? Continuing to wait for reinforcements here was an option. Previously, Tu Guanxiong had already gathered more Huanyu sect disciples to rush here. However, it would take time. Even if they managed to wait, they might not be able to do anything. They had suffered too many casualties and had lost almost half of their men. The number of cultivators that Tu Guanxiong could gather was also limited. What about Xiao Liang from the Mad Blade sect and Tan Sheng from the New Moon sect? Tu Guanxiong asked. When they were talking about what had happened in the past 2 days, Ming Zhe also briefly mentioned Xiao Liang and Tan Sheng. They are still here. Ming Zhe replied, It seems that they are not willing to leave just like that. Perhaps we can borrow their strength? No. Tu Guanxiong immediately rejected. One of them is from a first-grade sect, while the other is from a third-grade sect. They are not people that we can provoke now. If we dare to borrow their strength, we will definitely be used by them. When they kill Lu Ye, all the benefits will be theirs. Senior brother who mentioned to me before that the information about Lu Ye should be from the two of them. Are you sure? Senior brother who can basically confirm this. Just as Senior brother who predicted. These two people have suffered losses before. They know that they can't take down Lu Ye with their strength. So they want to borrow his strength. Damn it. They actually caused such a huge loss to our Holy Eve's spiritual land. Tu Guanxiong was furious. The Holy Eve's spiritual land was originally safe and sound. However, when they suddenly received news about Lu Ye, things got out of hand and developed to the current situation. Then, Senior brother, what should we do now? Ming Zhe asked again. Tu Guanxiong did not respond for a long time. After a full incense stick worth of time, he replied, I will spread the news about Lu Ye. When the time comes, there will definitely be many people coming to kill him. You guys act according to the situation. With the current strength of the Holy Eve's spiritual land, there was no way they could avenge Fire Prairie and his dead brothers. Tu Guanxiong was furious at Xiao Liang and Tan Sheng's crafty schemes, so he would not borrow their strength. Even if he did, it might not be enough. Returning Sky Spirit Land was covered by a space-restricting array. Once cultivators broke in, the first thing they would have to face was a pack of wolves. In such a situation, 2 Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators could only play a limited role. Since that was the case, they would spread the news. Now, in Myriad Demon's Ridge, there were countless cultivators who wanted to find traces of Lu Ye. Once this news spread, countless cultivators would definitely swarm in. Lu Ye would die even if he did not want to. Although this way, the Holy Eve's spiritual land would not be able to monopolize the bounty on Lu Ye. This was the only way Tu Guanxiong could think of. At that time, no matter who killed Lu Ye, it would be considered as revenge for the tragic deaths of Fire Prairie and Holy Eve's spiritual land. Chapter 613. At the entrance of Returning Sky Valley, Xiao Liang and Tan Sheng were also discussing the cause of Hua Liao Yuan's death. Similar to Tu Guanxiong, the two of them did not think that Lu Ye could have killed Hua Liao Yuan with his own strength. With the difference in cultivation, no matter how strong Lu Ye's foundation was, he could not have done something so unbelievable. What's more, the two of them more or less understood Lu Ye's strength. Although Lu Ye's cultivation had increased by 2 minor realms compared to when they were in the hunting ground, he was still only a 5th order. Hua Liao Yuan has a rare treasure like the Death Arena, so Lu Yi might have other rare treasures. Hua Liao Yuan died in shame. Tan Sheng sighed with some lingering fear. He was stronger than Hua Liao Yuan, but there was a limit to it. If Lu Yi had the ability to kill Hua Liao Yuan, it meant that he had the ability to kill him. However, rare treasures were hard to come by and were basically one-time consumables. Since Lu Yi used it on Hua Liao Yuan, it was equivalent to Hua Liao Yuan stepping into a hole for them. Otherwise, he or Xiao Liang might have died. In a way, the two of them had to thank Hua Liao Yuan. Hua Liao Yuan's death is not to be regretted, but Xiao Liang turned to look at the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land and saw that there seemed to be an invisible cloud over there. All the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land were in low spirits. They wanted to borrow the power of the Holy Eve's spiritual land to break the various arrangements in Lu Ye's spiritual land. But things did not go as they wished. The Holy Eve's spiritual land had suffered huge losses, while Lu Ye's side had only lost a few spirit arrays and a few monster wolves. Their losses were almost negligible. They could not help but feel frustrated. Hua Liao Yuan was too useless. They are leaving? Tan Sheng suddenly noticed something strange. The cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land seemed to be retreating. Xiaoliang frowned and could not help but step forward to stop Mingzhi. "Junior brother, where are you going?" Mingzhi looked up at him with burning anger in his eyes. It was these two who killed his senior brother Hua, and so many of his junior brothers and sisters. Fortunately, he also knew that he couldn't afford to offend these two people, so he suppressed his anger and said indifferently, "Naturally, we're leaving this place." They didn't want to leave, but if they continued to stay here, they might be ambushed again at night. A few of them had already died last night, and that was under the premise that Hua Liao Yuan was present. Now that Hua Liao Yuan was dead, how could they dare to stay? As an 8th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, Tu Guanxiong had told him to act according to the circumstances, so he naturally had his own judgment and knew that this was a dangerous place. Xia Liang frowned. "You're leaving just like that?" Mingzhi's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Xia, what advice do you have?" Xia Liang said, "Of course, we have to avenge our grievances. If the people of the Holy Eve's spiritual land were to leave, then what was the point of playing?" Mingzhi took a look and then looked at Tan Sheng. "Senior brothers, please teach me how to take revenge." How to take revenge? Could it be that the two senior martial brothers are leading us, the remnants of the defeated army, to charge and kill? If the two senior brothers are willing to take the lead, everyone in the Holy Eve's spiritual land will listen to your orders. Xiaoliang was speechless for a moment. Although there were many remnants of the defeated army, if they really wanted to attack Lu Ye's spiritual land, it was still not enough, unless they had a way to deal with the wolf pack first. Mingzhi hated the information sent by these two, and even more hated their attitude of wanting to take advantage of the situation. He didn't say anything else and just cupped his fists slightly. He then led the cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land onto the spirit ship. A moment later, the spirit ship took off and flew away. 2 days ago, more than 150 of them came in a mighty manner. In just 2 days, the leader, Hua Liao Yuan, was dead, and only half of the 150 of them survived. The experience of these 2 days was like a nightmare for everyone. The group withdrew from Tai Meng Mountain and stopped at the edge of the mountain. Tu Guanxiong wanted to spread the news of Lu Ye's location. It could be foreseen that it wouldn't be long before Tai Meng Mountain became lively. Although these people didn't have the ability to take revenge on their own, they still wanted to see Lu Ye killed with their own eyes. Only then could they vent the hatred in their hearts. The cultivators of the Holy Eve's spiritual land retreated under Mingzhi's lead, but Xiaoliang and Tan Sheng didn't leave. They stood at the entrance of Huitian Valley and looked in the direction of the spiritual land. The two of them were silent. After a long time, Tan Sheng said, "Brother Xiao, what are your plans?" Xiaoliang said, "I'm considering if we should completely expose the news of Lu Ye." Tan Sheng said he has the Tianji pillar. If he senses that something is wrong, he will definitely escape back to the 9 states. So even if we do this, we can't really do anything to him. At most, we will just destroy one of his spiritual land. Of course I know, but even if we can't do anything to him, we can't just leave him be. He still has to cultivate in the Cloudy River battlefield. If we destroy his spiritual land today, we will have the chance to kill him next time. If we don't do anything, we will never have the chance to kill him. Moreover, Hua Liao Yuan has the death arena. Maybe others have it too. It's not impossible to kill him. Although he knew that the possibility was not high, Tan Sheng still agreed. That's true. The reason why they only revealed the news of Liu Ye to the Holy Eve's spiritual land was because they were afraid that they would push too far. If they really did that, Liu Ye would escape back to the 9 states with the help of the Tianji Pillar. Then, all their plans would be useless. If they only let the people of the Holy Eve's spiritual land attack, Liu Ye would not be so desperate. They would only have the chance to take advantage of the situation when both sides were injured. In the end, the people of the Holy Eve's spiritual land were too useless. In just 2 days, they were beaten to a pulp. Even Hua Liaoyuan, who led the team, was killed. In the current situation, it was not possible to kill Liu Ye. They could only force him to give up the spiritual land and find a better opportunity in the future. After making up his mind, Xia Liang was about to send a message when Tan Sheng received it first. After checking and communicating with the other party, he said in surprise, "Brother Xia, someone is 1 step ahead of us." What? Xia Liang didn't understand. Someone has already leaked Liu Ye's location. The message that Tan Sheng received was from a junior brother in the sect, informing him of Liu Ye's current location. This junior brother couldn't have known this for no reason. After asking, he found out that many people already knew about this. It's the work of the Holy Eve's spiritual land. Xia Liang immediately reacted. Now, only the 2 of them and the people of the Holy Eve's spiritual land knew about Liu Ye's location. Just as they made up their minds, someone else had already taken action. Other than the Holy Eve's spiritual land, there was no one else. Xia Liang didn't know who was in charge of the Holy Eve's spiritual land, but he could understand the original intention of the other party. In any case, it saved him some trouble. Taimong Mountain is going to be lively. Xia Liang sighed. "Let's go." Tan Sheng was stunned. "Brother Xia, you're not staying?" Xia Liang said, "Why should I stay?" "To see how Liu Ye will escape back to the 9 states?" Tan Sheng thought about it and agreed. According to the current development of the situation, Liu Ye would be in a desperate situation soon. When that time came, he would definitely use the Tianji Pillar to escape back to the 9 states, leaving all the cultivators here in vain. There was no point in staying. What they needed to do now was to wait for the next time Liu Ye entered the Cloudy River battlefield, secretly investigate and find an opportunity to kill him. In the spiritual land, Liu Ye was silently healing his injuries. The benefits of a strong physique were revealed at this moment. If an ordinary cultivator suffered such injuries, they would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. However, Liu Ye was almost fully recovered in just 1 or 2 days. At the same time, with 2 Guanxiong adding fuel to the fire, the news of Liu Ye hiding in the Huitian Valley of Taimong Mountain spread like wildfire. Ever since the hunting ground incident, the major sects of the Wanma Ridge increased the bounty on him. This also stimulated the nerves of countless cultivators of the Wanma Ridge. During this period of time, countless people were secretly paying attention to his whereabouts. Unfortunately, no one expected him to hide in the depths of Taimong Mountain. Moreover, he was shrouded in a large formation. Even if there were cultivators passing by, they wouldn't be able to detect the situation of the spiritual land. Only Xia Liang, Tan Sheng, and the others, with the help of special treasures, could barely find the approximate location. In the end, 1 died and 2 were injured, and they had to escape in a sorry state. Now that the news suddenly spread, those cultivators who were searching for Liu Ye's whereabouts were like cats that smelled blood. They rushed in the direction of Taimong Mountain from all directions. In an instant, undercurrents surged in the Cloudy River battlefield. 2 days after killing Hua Liaoyuan, Liu Ye's injuries were healed. In the wooden house, the 4 people of the spiritual land sat upright. Li Baxian said the people of the Holy Eve's spiritual land should have retreated. We haven't seen them in these 2 days. Junior Brother Giant Armor let the demon wolf search around before, but we didn't see anyone. Even Xia Liang and Tan Sheng are gone. As expected, Liu Ye nodded. The Holy Eve's spiritual land had suffered such a huge loss this time, and they also had to be on guard against Liu Ye's attacks. Naturally, they couldn't stay here and wait for death. As for Xiaoliang and Tansheng, the people of the Holy Eve's spiritual land had left. There was no point for them to stay here alone. But, senior brother, there's a high chance that we won't be able to keep the spiritual land. First, Xiaoliang and the others came together. Now, even the people of the Holy Eve's spiritual land knew about it. The location of the spiritual land was completely exposed. The more time passed, the more people would know about it. Lu Ye found that he had no fate with the spiritual land when he first entered the Cloudy River battlefield. His luck was off the charts. He picked up a grade C spiritual land. In the end, he entered the secret realm of the realm of beasts with Xin Xiaotong. The spiritual land was destroyed, and the spring spirit was stolen in the hunting ground. He finally obtained the reward of being first on the hunting list and a grade A spring spirit. He deliberately placed the spiritual land in the depths of Taimong Mountain and had the protection of the wolf pack. But he didn't expect that not long after, something like this would happen again. Lu Ye sometimes wondered if the so-called blessing of the heavens really existed. If it existed, why was he so unlucky sometimes? But there were other times when he did feel that he was blessed with luck. Take what happened in the Fox Immortal Valley, for example. The fox demon had been domineering in the Fox Immortal Valley for nearly 20 years, but she met someone like him who could restrain her ability. In the end, he killed the fox demon and saved many people. He was even rewarded by the heavens, and his foundation increased greatly. The matter of luck was really puzzling. To be continued. Chapter 614. Li Baxian had also expected that they would not be able to keep the spiritual land. This was the norm on the Cloudy River battlefield. Many spiritual lands had changed owners several times. Only those large spiritual lands with more people could maintain a transcendent position on the Cloudy River battlefield and be passed down from generation to generation. "What does junior brother plan to do?" he asked. "Two paths." Lu Yi raised 2 fingers. "Now, we will take back the spring spirit and return to the 9 regions. After returning to the 9 regions from the Cloudy River battlefield, we will have to wait a month before we can enter the Cloudy River battlefield again. The earlier we leave, the earlier we can enter." Li Baxian laughed. Lu Ye's words gave people the feeling of dying early and reincarnating early. Or we cannot return to the 9 regions and start moving now to a more secluded place. But no matter what, the spiritual land we will obtain will only be a B-grade spiritual land. Every time the spring spirit was taken back, it would drop by grade. Although there was only a grade difference between A grade and B grade, the concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual land was completely different. What about the second path? Wait and see. Perhaps the situation is not as bad as I thought. Even if we have to return to the 9 regions, we have the Tianji Pillar and can retreat at any time. Li Baxian nodded slightly. It was as he thought. In the current situation, they indeed only had 2 choices: leave immediately or wait until the situation worsened to a certain extent. No matter what, they would not be able to keep this spiritual land. In the end, it was still a pity. A-grade spiritual land was extremely rare. They had only cultivated here for a few months and had stayed in Fox Immortal Valley for more than a month. Then let's wait. Perhaps, as junior brother said, the situation is not that bad? Li Baxian said, "Then let's wait." With the Tianji Pillar, they could leave at any time. Their safety was still guaranteed. The 2 set the tone with a few words. Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor did not speak. When Li Baxian spoke, Feng Yuechan only listened quietly and never interrupted him. As for Giant Armor, this guy was a taciturn person and rarely spoke. But before that, Lu Yi looked at Giant Armor. The wolf pack has to leave first. The few of them could use the Pillar of Heavenly Fate to return to the 9 prefectures, but the wolf pack couldn't. Once the situation worsened to the point of no return and they left, the wolf pack would definitely become the target to vent their anger. At that time, the wolf pack would be doomed. Although leaving the wolf pack behind could ensure the protection of the spiritual land, If the cultivators from the Myriad Devil's Ridge were to really take action, they would definitely come with an absolute crushing force. The wolf pack could withstand the attack of the cultivators from the Holy Eve's spiritual land, but they definitely could not withstand the danger that they might face next. I'll leave this matter to you. Get the wolves out of here within 3 days. Giant Shell answered in a muffled voice, "Okay." After a brief discussion, the 4 of them dispersed and went about their own business. Lu Yi did not need to worry about how giant armor would make the wolf pack leave first. The reason why the wolf pack stayed in the spiritual land was because of giant armor. Moreover, the alpha wolf had extremely high intelligence. After the previous battle, the alpha wolf had obviously realized some things. As long as it was not too stupid, it would know that leaving this place early was the only way to protect the pack. Lu Yi began to refine a large number of array flags. Previously, when the cultivators from the Holy Eve's spiritual land attacked the spiritual land, many of the array formations were destroyed. Naturally, they needed to be replenished. Now that his strength and foundation had greatly increased, the speed at which he refined array flags was also much faster. After consuming a lot of resources, array flags were freshly produced. After rearranging the damaged array, he added more array formations to the spiritual land. Under the lead of the alpha wolf, the wolf pack left. However, they did not go too far, only staying at a position 200 to 300 miles deeper into the Taimong Mountains. Obviously, they were ready to return to the spiritual land at any time. Time flew by. A few days later, in the sky above the spiritual land, Lu Ye's figure shuttled back and forth, checking the many array formations that he had set up. With so many array formations, it should be enough. Although he had told Li Baxian that they only had 2 ways out, there was actually another way. However, he did not intend to tell Li Baxian about it. It was not that he wanted to hide it, but if he said it, Li Baxian would definitely not agree. However, if this method could be successfully implemented, then the spiritual land could be saved. At that time, Li Baxian, Feng Yuechan, and Giant Armor could cultivate here in peace. It was indeed a pity to abandon or drop a grade of a spiritual land. The large number of array formations that Lu Yi had set up now was not to deal with the invading enemies. If the situation was really as bad as he had guessed, then it would be meaningless no matter how many array formations he set up in the spiritual land. He left these array formations behind only to increase the defensive capabilities of the spiritual land. After a round of inspection, there are many layers of array formations in the spiritual land. The protection was impregnable. Suddenly, a message came from the battlefield imprint. Lu Yi lowered his head to check it. The message came from someone he did not expect. Shin Kitten. Lu Yi did not know what this woman's real name was, but the name Shin Kitten sounded fake, just like his Yi Lu. However, ever since they lost the Grade C spiritual land, Lu Yi and Shin Kitten parted ways. The latter went somewhere unknown, and they had never contacted each other these days. He did not expect that she would actually send him a message, and the content of the message surprised Lu Yi. "Run. A lot of people are heading towards you. A lot. A lot." It was a simple sentence, but she used a lot. Obviously, it was a lot. From this, it could be seen that the location of the spiritual land was completely exposed. At this moment, there should be a large number of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators rushing over here. It could even be said that there were already people lurking nearby. For Shin Kitten to send him such a message at this time, the amount of information contained was not small. First of all, how did Shin Kitten know that a lot of people were coming this way? The exposure of the spiritual land's location must only be circulated within the Myriad Devil Ridge camp. It was impossible for the cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance to know. Even Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan did not receive any warning. The 2 of them had a much wider network than Lu Yi. If the cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance camp knew this news, they would definitely send a message to warn the 2 of them. But the current situation was that Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan did not receive any news. Instead, It was Shen Kitten who sent a warning to Lu Yi. The fact that Shen Kitten knew this in itself explained a lot of things. Shen Kitten must have known that Yi Lu was Lu Ye of the Jade Blood sect long ago. After all, Lu Ye's image was spread everywhere in the myriad Devil Ridge. Many cultivators had seen his image. Lu Yi did not know why Shen Kitten sent him such a message, but he could feel that the other party had good intentions. Perhaps it was because they had cultivated in the same spiritual land, or because they had lived and died together in the secret realm of the realm of beasts, or even because she had followed Lu Yi to sell things in the Tianji treasure house and obtained great benefits. Anyway, no matter what, to send this message at this time showed that this girl's heart was not bad. When Lu Yi first stepped into the cultivation world, he thought that the people of the Myriad Devil Ridge were all heinous people. He even thought that the Grand Heaven Alliance represented good and the Myriad Devil Ridge represented evil. But as he continued to understand the situation of the cultivation world of the 9 regions, he found that there was no such thing as good or evil in this world. There were only 2 opposing camps. He simply replied, "Got it. Thank you." Shen Kitten did not say anything else. Sending a message to Lu Yi as soon as she received the news was already the limit of what she could do. If she revealed more information, it would only make her conscience suffer. Speaking of which, the sect behind her had also been blackmailed by Lu, even though Lu Yi did not know which sect she came from. Returning to his wooden house, Lu Yi fell into deep thought. Things were still developing in a bad direction. There was nothing he could do. 9 out of 10 things did not go his way. Suddenly, a strange feeling came. Lu Yi quickly opened the spirit beast bag. A snow-white figure immediately rushed out of it, shaking its head. It was Hu Pa, who had been sleeping for many days. This guy finally woke up. Lu Yi's cheers came out. She flashed out of Hu Po's body and threw herself into Lu Ye's arms. She hugged his waist with both hands and buried her head in his chest. Her black hair spread out. Lu Ye's raised hand paused in midair. He had known Yi for so long. They were inseparable, but Yi rarely made intimate movements to him, let alone hugging him like this. Slowly lowering his big hand, Lu Yi gently embraced her petite body and gently patted her back. Yi was actually very afraid of falling into that state of silence. Although she had never told Lu Yi about it, Lu Yi could feel it. Once she fell into that state of silence, it was as if her entire being was wrapped in endless darkness. Even her thoughts became incomparably sluggish. In such an environment, the passage of time was already difficult to perceive. To her, it was like a nightmare that she would never wake up from. She was afraid that she would never wake up from this dream, never see the light again, never see the person she wanted to see again. "It's all right," Lu Yi comforted her softly. After a long time, Yi broke free from his arms. Her face flushed red as she glanced over at Lu Yi and stomped her foot. "Don't laugh at me!" "I didn't," Lu Yi said seriously. "How could I laugh at you?" Saying so, he raised his hand and pinched her cheek, trying to feel it. Smooth and delicate, not bad at all. Yi took a step back to escape from his demonic grasp. Her cheeks puffed up in anger. "Has your cultivation increased?" Lu Yi asked. Yi thought for a moment and said, "It might be equivalent to the 5th Order Cloud River realm." The increase in Yi's strength was directly linked to Hu Po's growth. The stronger Hu Po was, the stronger she would be. Previously, in Fox Immortal Valley, the strength of the spirit and tiger had greatly increased, allowing them to break through a minor realm. Now, with the monster core of an overlord-grade monster beast, they had taken another step forward. This kind of cultivation was already on par with him. Checking Hu Po next to him, he found that this was indeed the case. The spirit and tiger were equivalent to the 5th Order Cloud River realm. To be continued. Chapter 615. Hu Po's awakening and the increase in the strength of one spirit and one tiger were undoubtedly the only good news recently. Yi had the 9-front formation in her hands. The stronger she was, the more power she could unleash from the 9-front formation. For example, If Yi had been able to unleash more of the 9 front formation's power, Lu Yi might not have had to work so hard. On the other hand, Hu Pe and Lu Yi had formed a life origin technique and a beast mark technique. In battle, Lu Yi could borrow strength from Hu Pe, and once the beast transformation secret technique was activated, the stronger Hu Pe was, the higher Lu Ye's limit would be. It could be said that Hu Pe's increase in strength was equivalent to Lu Ye's increase in strength. These 2 companions were rare helpers by Lu Ye's side. In the entire cultivation world of the 9 provinces, they were unique. Recently, there were traces of cultivators outside the heavenly spirit land. Obviously, they were cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge who had received the news and rushed here first. However, it was still early, so not many people came. It could be foreseen that as time passed, more and more cultivators would rush here. Although these cultivators had received news about Lu Yi, they didn't dare to act rashly before confirming it. They only secretly investigated the surroundings of the heavenly spirit land. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit land was shrouded in a concealment array. No matter how they investigated, they couldn't find any clues. It wasn't until several days later that a cultivator finally couldn't bear it anymore. He flew straight to the sky above Heavenly Spirit Valley and raised his hand to cast a spell downward. As the spiritual power surged, the concealment array lost its effect. In an instant, the situation of the entire Heavenly Spirit Land was imprinted in everyone's eyes. There were several wooden houses scattered about, and a spirit spring was gurgling out of it. In front of one of the wooden houses, a person was casually sitting on the floor with a long saber beside his leg. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the figure in the sky. For eyes met, the spell cultivator who cast the spell observed with rapt attention. He was overjoyed. Lu Yi! Although they had rushed here based on the news they had received, no one could be sure whether this was Lu Ye's hiding place unless they saw his whereabouts with their own eyes. At this moment, when the concealment array disappeared and Lu Ye's figure was truly revealed, the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge were all excited to see him, whether they were in the open or in the dark. The news was true. This was indeed where Lu Yi was hiding. Just as the spell cultivator was getting excited, more than 10 figures hiding in the dark flew over. Now that he had found Lu Ye's whereabouts, he naturally had to strike first to gain the advantage. There was only one Lu Yi, and whoever killed him would get the reward. However, not everyone charged out. Most of them chose to observe. In the spiritual land, Lu Yi raised his hand and pointed his palm at the magic cultivator hovering in the air. Faxiu was still immersed in the joy of discovering Lu Ye's whereabouts. When he saw Lu Ye's actions, he had no idea what Lu Yi was going to do. Just as he was puzzled, Lu Yi suddenly clenched his hand. It was as if he had imperceptibly grasped Faxiu's entire body in his palm. Then he waved his hand and said indifferently, "Get down here!" The moment he finished speaking, the spell cultivator who was suspended in midair felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. He was like a bird with broken wings falling straight down in shock. The sudden turn of events caused him to panic. He cried out in alarm and madly urged his spiritual power to stabilize his body. However, at this moment, the clear sound of a sword rang out. Flying swords flew out from another wooden hut. Wrapped in an icy chi of death, they accurately attacked the magic cultivator who was dancing with joy. Thud, thud, thud. The spell cultivator's protective spiritual power lasted for less than a breath before it was broken. The flying swords pierced through, causing blood to spurt out. Miserable screams echoed endlessly in Huitian Valley. Plop! The spell cultivator fell to the ground, but did not die immediately. His mouth and nose were full of blood, and many of his bones were broken. There were more than 10 flying swords piercing through his body. Before he could regain his senses, a shadow covered him. He opened his blurry eyes and saw that Lu Thia, who had been sitting in front of the house, had unknowingly walked in front of him and was looking down at him. The spell cultivator was terrified. He instinctively wanted to urge his spiritual power, but Lu Yi stepped on his chest. The heavy blow caused him to spit out blood, and the spiritual power he had painstakingly gathered dissipated. Lu Yi raised his saber. The pitch-black mountain saber flashed with a sharp luster. "Wait," the spell cultivator whispered. But before he could say anything, the saber had already stabbed down. The saber pierced through his chest and came out from his back, directly taking his life. The spell cultivator's body twitched a few times before he stopped breathing. Lu Yi bent down and took the spell cultivator's storage bag. Then he kicked the corpse out of the spirit land. He shook off the blood on his mountain saber and coldly looked at the dozen figures floating in the distance. When they met his gaze, their scalps went numb. Although the spell cultivator who attacked just now had only used one technique, from the spiritual power fluctuations around him, he was a ninth-order spell cultivator. A ninth-order spell cultivator was the limit of the Cloud River battlefield. He could be considered a master anywhere. However, such an expert had actually died here without knowing what had happened. From beginning to end, other than someone using their flying sword to help, Lu Ye had only used one saber strike. Naturally, they didn't think that the ninth order spell cultivator had died at Lu Ye's hands. He had died so miserably because he had been too careless. Recalling what had happened to the spell cultivator, someone frowned and whispered, "A space sealing array!" It didn't make sense for a ninth order spell cultivator to suddenly fall down. There was no other explanation other than a space sealing array. They had long heard that Lu Ye's attainments in the Tao of Arrays were extremely high, but they didn't expect him to be so high that he could even arrange a space sealing array. The news they received didn't mention the existence of a space sealing array. When Tu Guanxiong spread the news, he didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but he omitted this information. The dozen or so 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators who had rushed over were now filled with joy. Fortunately, they weren't fast enough. Otherwise, once they entered the range of the space sealing array, they would have followed in the spell cultivator's footsteps. As for why Lu Ye didn't wait for them to enter the range of the space sealing array before activating it, it was understandable. It wasn't that he didn't want to do so, but that he didn't dare. Using the opportunity created by the space sealing array, it wouldn't be difficult to kill a ninth order spell cultivator, but if a dozen or so people were to break in, even if he could kill a few of them, the rest would be troublesome. The current situation was the best way to deal with it. Killing one person would deter the rest. The death of a ninth order spell cultivator made the rest not dare to act rashly. Glancing at the dozen or so people indifferently, Lu Yi raised his hand and the concealment array activated again. With a ripple, the entire spirit land disappeared from everyone's sight. The dozen or so people looked at each other for a while, then silently retreated. Although a ninth order spell cultivator had died inexplicably, the news that Lu Ye was hiding here had been confirmed. Moreover, some people saw the traces of Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan. The flying sword that had attacked the spell cultivator was controlled by Li Baxian. The news continued to spread, and the outside of Returning Sky Valley gradually became lively. Usually there was no one here, but now there was a hubbub of voices and traces of cultivators could be seen everywhere. Some cultivators who were familiar with each other gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing how to kill Lu Ye safely and effectively to obtain the huge bounty. There were also masters who were arrogant and isolated, looking around coldly. The cultivators of the Holy Eve Spirit Land returned under Ming Zhi's lead, but they didn't gather together. Instead, they were divided into several teams and scattered around. Looking at the bustling entrance of Returning Sky Valley, Ming Zhi sighed and let out a long breath. He was heartbroken that the Holy Eve Spirit Land had suffered too many losses before, and even his senior brother Hua Liao Yuan had died at the hands of Lu Ye. But now, more than 300 cultivators had gathered from all over the myriad Demons Ridge, and those who dared to come here were all 6th order cultivators and above. With such a force, even if they just pushed their way through, Liu Ye would definitely not be able to resist. He would definitely die. As such, senior brother who could rest in peace. Looking in the direction of returning Sky Valley, Ming's eyes were filled with joy, as if he was about to get his revenge. However, the development of the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected. More and more myriad demons Ridge, cultivators gathered here, and there were even many Ninth Order masters from first-grade sects and first-grade sects, but no one attacked returning Sky Valley. Everyone seemed to have secretly reached a tacit understanding, and they were all watching. Ming gradually came to his senses. The Holy Eve spiritual land no longer had any hopes of obtaining the bounty on Liu Ye's head. They only wanted to kill with a borrowed knife and avenge their dead brothers. However, the cultivators who had rushed over for the sake of profit were different. Every one of them had their eyes on the huge bounty. After learning that returning Sky Valley was shrouded in a space-restricting array, no one dared to act rashly. Liu Ye could even arrange a space-restricting array, so who knew what other strange spirit arrays he had in his spirit land? At this time, whoever stood out would be unlucky. To put it simply, everyone's hearts were not united. They all hoped that others would make the first move to test the heritage of returning Sky Valley, so that they could secretly pick up the scraps. Ming was angry at first. They clearly had the power to flatten everything, but they schemed against each other, which was really disappointing. But on second thought, he could understand the mentality of these masters. After all, they did not have that much hatred with Liu Ye. Moreover, the bounty on Liu Ye's head was so huge that they had to be careful in order to increase their success rate. But if this continued, how could they kill Liu Ye? Ming's worries were obviously unnecessary. How could others not think of what he could think of? Just as he was worrying about gains and losses, a figure suddenly stood up and flew into the air, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 616. The one who stood out was a man who looked to be in his 20s, but the spirit energy fluctuations on his body were already at the level of a cloud river realm Ninth Order. Being able to have such a cultivation at such a young age undoubtedly meant that his background and aptitude were extremely good. The man was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. What was rare was that he didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance and aloofness of someone from a big sect. Instead, his face easily gave people a kind of amiable feeling. The faint smile on his face made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. He flew into the air and hovered about 10 feet above the ground. Seeing that he had attracted the attention of the nearby cultivators, he spoke in a gentle tone. Fellow cultivators from all over the 9 states, Song Jue greets you. As he said this, he turned in a circle with his hands clasped in front of him, looking very polite. Immediately, a soft whisper came from somewhere in the crowd. It's Song Jue from Abyss Rainbow Hall. In the cultivation world of the 9 states, there are new talents in every generation, and the new generation replaced the old. There were so many cultivators present. Some might not know who Song Jue was, but everyone knew about Abyss Rainbow Hall. After all, it was a first-grade sect. When Liu Ye had just stepped into the cultivation world, a woman had told him that the top 10 first-grade sects of the War Province were divided into 1 palace, 2 temples, 3 sects, and 4 sects. Abyss Rainbow Hall was one of the 2 temples. As a disciple of Abyss Rainbow Hall who was active in the Cloud River battlefield, Song Jue was actually quite famous, but after all, not everyone knew him. However, it didn't matter whether they knew him or not. He was a Cloud River Realm 9th Order and a disciple of Abyss Rainbow Hall. These 2 identities were enough. With a warm smile still on his face, Song Jue opened his mouth and said, Fellow Taoists, you have all rushed here from all over the battlefield. This Song Jue won't go into detail, as everyone is well aware of the reason. This Song Jue is fortunate enough to stand here today, and only wishes to say a few words of criticism. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he became serious. Since ancient times, in the spiritual stream battlefield, the Yunhe battlefield, and even the cultivation world of the 9 states, the Wanma Ridge and the Hautian Alliance have been fighting against each other. It's understandable that the cultivators each have their own standpoints. For so many years, the blood feud between them has been like the east wind suppressing the west wind, and the west wind suppressing the east wind. There has never been a clear winner. But ever since Lu Iya appeared in the Jade Blood sect, the situation seemed to have changed subtly. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, many fellow Taoists from the Myriad Devil Ridge died because of him. Many sects suffered heavy losses because of him, especially the Inner Circle and the Core Circle. I heard that dozens of sects in the Inner Circle were destroyed by him. I didn't dare to believe it, but it happened. Then there's the Core Circle. The sects stationed in the Core Circle are all grade 3 and above. Each sect has a large number of talents. In the past, it might not be possible to destroy a single grade 3 sect's encampment in several years. However, since Lu Iya stepped into the Core Circle, he has destroyed dozens of Core Circle encampments. Twice in a row, the Core Circle sects were forced to pay up to avoid disaster. At this point, Song Jue's face was filled with grief and indignation, and his expression became agitated. To tell you the truth, this song comes from Abyss Rainbow Hall. Perhaps many of the fellow Taoists present here belong to one of them. This is a disgrace to us, a disgrace to the entire Myriad Devil Ridge camp. The large sects in the Core Circle had been extorted by Lu Yi twice and were forced to pay him for their safety. Although this was not a secret, few Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators spoke of it in public. They couldn't afford to lose face. But today, Song Jue spoke of this matter unscrupulously, and the effect was surprisingly good. Many people in the crowd listened with gloomy expressions. Cultivators were sect cultivators, and sects were the face of cultivators. How could cultivators remain indifferent when their sects were humiliated? It could be said that some of the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators gathered here were here for the bounty on Lu Ye's head, but more were driven by hatred. We are all indebted to our sects and have been carefully taught and cultivated by our elders to achieve what we have today. When our junior brothers and sisters were bullied, we were not there. When our sects were humiliated, we were not there. When our sects were forced to compromise, we were still not there. Song Jue's voice gradually became louder, and the warm smile on his face had long been replaced by a resonant anger. He waved his hand and shouted in a low voice, "We can't interfere in the matters of the Spirit Stream battlefield. But this is the Cloud River battlefield, and Lu Iya is here." He suddenly pointed in the direction of Huitian Valley. "He's there. He's looking at us from there and laughing at us. He's laughing at us for scheming against each other even though we have the numbers. He's laughing at us for not taking the initiative to step forward despite having the power to flatten everything. He's laughing at us for being a plate of loose sand." In the crowd below, Mingzher's blood was boiling as he listened. He clenched his fists and wished he could cheer loudly. Song Jue's words had spoken to the bottom of his heart. He suddenly realized that it was not that there were no sensible people in Myriad Devil Ridge. On the contrary, many people were clear in their hearts. They just lacked a leader. Now that Song Jue had stepped forward and become the leader, there was hope that the cultivators of Myriad Devil Ridge could unite as one. That was a rope of hatred that could whip the entire Huitian Valley and Lu Iyan to pieces. Song Jue let out a long breath, and his high-pitched voice calmed down. He said slowly, "Fellow Taoists, I know that Lu Iya has a huge bounty on his head. Even if anyone only has 10% or even 5% of this bounty, it's enough to enjoy for a lifetime. But there's only one Lu Iya, and so many of us have come this time. As the saying goes, we don't worry about scarcity, but we worry about uneven distribution. I understand the worries in many of your hearts, but what I want to say is, are we just going to watch and be on guard against each other and let Lu Iya laugh at us from inside? If that's the case, then what future will Myriad Devil Ridge have in the future?" Someone immediately said, "Senior Brother Song, since you've stepped forward, how about you take command of the operation? We'll all listen to your orders. And I think the other fellow Taoists won't be unwilling." Yes, yes, Senior Brother Song will take command. We'll listen to Senior Brother Song's orders. Voices of agreement could be heard from all over the crowd. Song Jue's face was brimming with a smile again, and he cupped his fists again. Thank you for your support. Since I've taken the initiative to step forward, I also have this intention. After all, we can't just wait like this forever. Of course, if any of you feel that it's inappropriate, you can speak frankly. I'm not a narrow-minded person. The atmosphere had been set to such an extent that no one dared to stand up and refute Song Jue. At this time, standing up and refuting Song Jue would only cause public anger. Moreover, Song Jue's cultivation and background were all there. Even if there were people whose cultivation was not inferior to his, it was impossible for them to embarrass him at this time. He raised his hand slightly and pressed it twice, and the noise gradually subsided. Song Jue continued, Lu Ye is going to die, and this spiritual land is going to be destroyed. However, I'm not doing this for the bounty, but to eradicate a disaster for the myriad demons' ridge. I've specially studied Lu Ye. Although his cultivation is still low, he has done many things that no one has been able to do since ancient times. When he was at the Spirit Stream battlefield, he stirred up the entire battlefield. Now that he's at the Cloud River battlefield, although he hasn't done anything too shocking, it can be seen from the hunting ground that if he doesn't die, he will definitely become a huge problem for the myriad demons' ridge in the future. I think your sects don't want to see him grow, or else they wouldn't have issued so many bounties. Also, according to the various information I've obtained, Lu Ye has set up many formations in this spiritual land, especially the Forbidden Sky Formation. A fellow Taoist lost his life because of it a few days ago. In addition, there are nearly 300 demon wolves in this spiritual land, and they can't be underestimated. Of course, with so many of us, we already have enough power to crush them. However, I want to remind everyone that you must still be careful. Although the bounty is good, you still need to be alive to enjoy it. As for the bounty after killing Lutha, I'll calculate it in advance. All the fellow Taoists who participate in this matter will share Lu Ye's bounty equally. Of course, I need someone to help me. If there's a clever junior sister who's willing to help me, you can come and find me. As soon as he said this, many people were shocked. They really didn't expect Song Jue to make such a decision. Lu Ye's bounty was indeed huge, but if it was divided equally among so many people present, it was nothing. At most, it could be considered a windfall. It was better than nothing. Moreover, Song Jue was right. The main purpose of killing Lu Ye at this time was not for the bounty, but to eradicate a disaster for the myriad demons' ridge. The bounty was secondary. Moreover, with so many people acting together, there was basically no risk. The bounty was given for free. At the entrance of Huitian Valley, the scattered cultivators of the myriad demons' ridge gathered their hearts because of Song Jue's words. Although some of them were unwilling, it was difficult for them to resist the general trend. Song Jue said a few more words, but it was nothing more than exhorting the cultivators of the myriad demons' ridge to pay attention to protect themselves. This made everyone feel that he was a good person. After Song Jue landed, a few female cultivators took the initiative to find him. With Song Jue's arrangement, the female cultivators excitedly began to count the names, backgrounds, and even sex of the cultivators who participated in the attack on Huitian Valley. Although there were many cultivators of the myriad demons' ridge, the efficiency of the female cultivators was very high. In less than an hour, a few jade slips appeared in front of Song Jue. He smiled warmly at the female cultivators. Junior sisters, you've worked hard. The female cultivators had different reactions. Some smiled, some were shy and silent, and some took the initiative to exchange battlefield imprints with Song Jue. Song Jue naturally agreed. After dealing with the female cultivators, Song Jue checked the contents of the jade slips. A voice suddenly sounded beside him. Don't you feel guilty for doing this? There was only the voice and no figure. Even if someone passed by Song Jue, he didn't notice anything. Song Jue lowered his head and his mouth moved slightly. You're definitely not the only ghost cultivator hiding. You'd better not let others succeed. Ingwuji, I joined forces with you because I trusted you. I also tried my best to encourage this group of people. Don't let me down. Chapter 617. If the cultivators of the Cloud River battlefield were to be ranked on a list, Lu Yi would definitely be at the top of the list. As early as in the Spirit Stream battlefield, his actions had even attracted the attention of many Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. The huge bounty issued by the major sects of the Myriad Devil Mountain Range made most of the cultivators in 9 regions have heard of Lu Ye's name. After Lu Yi, there were Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan. Perhaps in the entire cultivation world of the 9 states, their fame was not too outstanding. But in the Cloud River battlefield, they were still very famous. After all, which of these Cloud River realm cultivators had not come from the Spirit Stream realm? Which one of them had not looked up to these 2 malignant tumors of the Spirit Stream battlefield? Below them were cultivators like Song Jue, who had good background, a good cultivation, and a little fame. Ingwu Ji could also be considered in this level. Although very few people had seen his true face, many people had heard of his name, especially the cultivators of the 10,000 Demon Ridge, and especially the ghost cultivators, because just 2 months ago, Ingwu Ji used his Cloud River 9th Order cultivation to kill a true lake realm cultivator in the War Province's chaotic sky plains. Killing a true lake realm cultivator in the Cloud River battlefield was a magnificent feat, although the true lake realm cultivator had been injured. When the news spread, it was still shocking. This was no longer a matter of killing an enemy above one's realm, but killing an enemy above one's realm. Looking at the history of the 9 states, there were countless cultivators who could kill an enemy above their realm, but there were very few who could do so. The main reasoning Wu Ji could do this was because he was a ghost cultivator. Moreover, he was a ghost cultivator from the Sun Luo Temple. The War Province had 10 first-grade sects, 1 palace, 2 temples, 3 sects, and 4 sections. One of the 2 temples was the Yuan Hong Temple that Song Jue came from, and the other was the Sun Luo Temple that Ingwu Ji came from. The Sun Luo Temple was a very special sect. 70 to 80% of the cultivators in the sect were ghost cultivators. It was also the most difficult sect to deal with in the 9 states. For example, the North Profound Sword Sect and the Wild Saber Sect only cultivated in 1 field generation after generation to reach the peak. These 2 sects were indeed powerful, but their strength was on the surface. But Sun Luo Hall was different. No one knew what kind of resources Sun Luo Hall had because the ghost cultivators were all hiding in the dark. There was a saying in the cultivation world that if a cultivator provoked another first-rank sect, they might still have a chance of survival. However, if they were targeted by the Sun Luo Temple, then they would have no chance of survival. Song Jue and Ingwu Ji were both cultivators from the military province and from the Myriad Demon's Ridge. They were of similar age and cultivation base. Naturally, Song Jue and Ingwu Ji had contacted each other privately. He stood up and spoke so vehemently. On the surface, he seemed to be righteous and selfless, but in fact he was just trying to encourage the cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge. After all, according to the information he received, the defense of Lu Ye's spiritual land was still very strong. Only by reorganizing the forces of the Myriad Devil Ridge would they have a chance to break through the defense of Lu Ye's spiritual land. When the time came, he would lead the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators to attack. On the surface, he would attract Lu Ye's attention while Ingwu Ji hid in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After killing Lu Yi, he would split the bounty with Ingwu Ji. The entire plan would be done in secret, and the chances of success were extremely high. "I'll do it, don't worry." Ingwu Ji's voice drifted over. "But I want 60%. Song Jue indifferently said, "Give me a reason." "I'll bear the infamy." If he really did steal Lu Ye's head under the noses of so many Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators, he would definitely incur their wrath. Moreover, This kind of thing couldn't be concealed at all. When the time came to collect the bounty from the various sects, it would be obvious who killed Lu Yi. The myriad demons Ridge cultivators who had their heads stolen might not dare to offend Wuji, but they could still curse him in private. This was something that was bound to happen. You're just a ghost cultivator who hides his head and shows his tail, yet you're still afraid of being cursed? Words are like knives to the heart. If too many people curse me, I'll be very sad. I don't care, I want 60%. You'll be stuffed to death. Song Jue snapped, as you wish. 50 to 60% wasn't much of a difference, so Song Jue didn't bother to dwell on this issue. Then hurry up and act. I can't wait any longer, Wuji urged. A moment later, the myriad demons Ridge cultivators moved quickly and effectively under Song Jue's command. Hundreds of cultivators moved in groups. The strong-bodied cultivators stood at the front. Behind them were the murderous weapon cultivators, and behind them were the ghost cultivators and Dharma cultivators. Under Song Jue's arrangement, the group of cultivators was divided into 9 groups, forming an arrow formation and majestically moving toward the heavenly spirit land. In the heavenly spirit land, Li Baxian, Feng Yuechan, and Giant Armor stood beside Lu Yi, looking up in the direction of the valley entrance with solemn expressions. With such a lineup from the myriad demons Ridge, their side absolutely couldn't resist. Not to mention that the wolf pack had been driven out. Even if the wolf pack stayed behind, it was impossible to defeat the other side. In the end, they still had to escape back to the 9 regions. But what made Li Baxian feel strange was that his junior brother didn't seem to have the intention to immediately escape back to the 9 regions. He still stood there quietly. He didn't know what Lu Ye's plan was, but he knew that his junior brother was no longer the junior brother who needed his protection when they first met. After several years of growth, his junior brother had become independent. The myriad demons Ridge cultivators pressed toward the heavenly spirit land bit by bit. Song Jue's shouts spread in all directions. Fellow Taoists, be careful. Don't step into the range of the other party's heavenly spirit land. I'll repeat again. There's a forbidden space formation in the heavenly spirit land. Later, we'll attack together and break the protective formation here. Then listen to my command. Song Jue's previous efforts were still very effective. Excluding some ghost cultivators who were hiding in the dark, the cultivators on the surface were very respectful at this moment. After all, they couldn't take the reward for killing Lu Yi alone. Naturally, there was no need to take the risk. It was safer to move together with the group. Of the 9 groups of people, Song Jue personally led one group and flew at the front. When they were about the right distance, Song Jue raised his hand and all the cultivators stopped. He raised his hand and shot out Imperial equipment. The Imperial equipment's flowing light seemed to penetrate a layer of invisible boundary. As ripples spread, the concealment formation's effect was broken. The situation in the heavenly spirit land was imprinted in everyone's vision. A few wooden houses were scattered, and a spirit spring was very conspicuous. In front of one of the wooden houses, 4 figures stood. Although the figure standing at the back was unusually tall and sturdy, Song Jue's gaze was immediately attracted to Lu Yi, who was standing in front. He frowned slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. The situation was a little different from what he had imagined. At the same time, the myriad demons Ridge cultivators also discovered that the heavenly spirit land in front of them had no protective formation. Or rather, the protective formation had not been activated. The entire heavenly spirit land appeared in their vision without any protection. Moreover, they didn't see any traces of the rumored hundreds of demon wolves. What did this mean? Song Jue's gaze swept across the heavenly spirit land. He didn't see any traces of demon wolves, but that didn't mean there weren't any. Since Lu Yi could arrange a concealment formation to hide the entire heavenly spirit land, hiding a few demon wolves naturally wouldn't be a problem. Song Jue was sure that if they dared to set foot in the heavenly spirit land, those hidden demon wolves would attack from all directions. He had seen through this little trick at a glance. It was like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. However, although the situation was unexpected, it made it easier for Ingwuji to act in secret. Originally, he and Ingwuji's plan was for him to lead people to break through the protective formation of the heavenly spirit land. Then Ingwuji would take the opportunity to sneak in and kill Liu Ye. Now that the other party hadn't even activated the protective formation, wouldn't Ingwuji be able to enter unhindered? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Song Jue's signature warm smile appeared on his face. He looked at Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan behind Liu Yi and slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Li, fellow Taoist Feng, after so many years, you're still as elegant as ever." When Song Jue was at the Spirit Stream battlefield, he was ranked 3rd on the Spirit Stream list. This was the highest ranking a cultivator could achieve during the reign of the Heavenly Spirit Stream list's 3 malignant tumors. The first was Feng Yuechan, and the second was Yenxing. No matter which one it was, none of the cultivators who came later could contend against them. As experts on the Heavenly Spirit Stream list, Song Jue, Li Baxian, and Feng Yuechan naturally knew each other. Li Baxian ignored him. Since they were in different camps, there was no need to be polite. She only whispered to Liu Yi, "Song Jue from the Deep Rainbow Hall is very strong. At the very least, he's on the same level as Xiaoliang. Don't be fooled by his sunny appearance. He's actually very scheming." Liu Yi nodded slightly. He knew how strong Xiaoliang was. For this guy to be on the same level as Xiaoliang, he was obviously very strong. The Deep Rainbow Hall, Liu Yi suddenly remembered. Wasn't that the rank 1 heavenly spirit stream in the War Province? As for Li Baxian's evaluation of Song Jue, it was undoubtedly that this guy was two-faced. However, it didn't matter. Liu Yi didn't need to play any tricks with them. Today's confrontation was an open and above-board scheme. Since Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan ignored him, Song Jue didn't mind. He looked at Liu Yi and said, "Fellow Taoist Liu from the Jade Blood Sect, I've heard a lot about you. Song Jue greets you." Saying so, he politely bowed to Liu Yi. Liu Yi casually cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist Song has come from afar. Why don't you come in for a chat? If word of you standing outside and talking to me were to spread, I'm afraid that cultivators from the Jade Blood Sect would think that we don't know how to treat our guests." Song Jue laughed. "Fellow Taoist, Liu must be joking. There's no need to go in for a chat. I've long heard that fellow Taoist Liu has extremely high attainments in the Tao of arrays. This Song doesn't want to fall into some kind of array." Although he was smiling on the surface, he coldly snorted in his heart. He was even more certain that there was some kind of earth-shattering array hidden in Liu Ye's spiritual land. As soon as they stepped in, it would activate and catch them off guard. How could that be? Liu Ye's expression was as calm as water. "Everyone who comes as a guest. I can't wait to welcome you. Why would I set up some heavenly net earth fiend array, shocking feather flying heaven array, or Sumeru formless sword array to deal with you? Heavenly net earth fiend array, shocking feather flying heaven array, Sumeru formless sword array. What kind of array were these?" The group of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators' eyelids twitched. When they looked at the spiritual land again, they only felt that it was full of danger and hidden killing intent. To be continued. Chapter 618. Song Jue laughed heartily. Seeing is believing. Fellow cultivator Liu is really interesting. Born in Abyss Rainbow Hall, he was well-read. Although he didn't cultivate array Tao, he more or less knew some basic things about array Tao. The few names that Liu Yi casually mentioned were all earth-shattering arrays. They were definitely not something that a Cloud River Realm cultivator could arrange. It was impossible for there to be such arrays in the spirit land in front of them. But whether there were other arrays, it was unknown. The other party had put on such an attitude of inviting them into a trap. Obviously, he had nothing to fear. "Is it interesting?" Liu Yi lowered his eyes. "Then let me show you something more interesting." As he spoke, An array flag suddenly appeared in his hand, and he waved it gently. There was a loud bang, followed by flames soaring into the sky. Somewhere in the spirit land, along with the violent surge of spirit chi, a hidden figure suddenly appeared and was enveloped by the flames. He screamed miserably and quickly retreated. It was a ghost cultivator who was trying to sneak into the spirit land. This ghost cultivator was only a sixth-order ghost cultivator, so it was unknown where he got the courage to do such a thing. At this moment, he was enveloped by the explosion array, and his entire body was covered in flames. It was not easy for him to get out of the range of the explosion array, but he directly fell to the ground, gasping for breath. This sudden change shocked the group of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. They all lowered their heads and looked at the ghost cultivator who had fallen to the ground. Before they could react, Lu Yi waved the array flag in his hand. Hong hong hong! Violent noises continuously rang out from various parts of the spiritual land. Streaks of fiery light rose and fell one after another. Every sound that rang out was accompanied by a cry of surprise or a scream of agony. Within every explosion array, there was the figure of a ghost cultivator. In a short time, more than a dozen explosion arrays were activated. More than a dozen ghost cultivators hiding in the dark were exposed. They were either killed or injured. The group of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were dumbfounded. Although they knew that there would be ghost cultivators hiding in the dark, they didn't expect there to be so many of them, and this was just the exposed ones. What about those that weren't? This group of ghost cultivators were really incapable of doing anything right. What made them even more shocked was how many arrays Luthia had set up in the spirit land. Those ghost cultivators were scattered all over the spiritual land, but they still could not avoid the fate of being injured by the formation. Within this spiritual land, every step was filled with traps. In the sky, Song Jue frowned as he sized up the ghostly cultivators that had revealed themselves. Although he knew that with Endless Shadow's ability he wouldn't be exposed so easily, he was still a little worried. He swept his gaze over the dozen ghostly cultivators and didn't find any trace of Endless Shadow. Only then did he relax a little. Somewhere in the spiritual land, Ingwuji was hiding in the shadows, slowly approaching Lu Ye's location. He was silent, not retreating even when his dozen or so companions were exposed. As an outstanding ghost cultivator, he naturally had some knowledge of the way of formations, especially the way of breaking formations. This was because there were many times when ghost cultivators needed to sneak into some formations to kill their targets. There was a saying in the cultivation world of the 9 prefectures that a ghost cultivator who did not understand the Tao of Arrays was not a qualified ghost cultivator. In the Spirit Stream tier and Cloud River tier, ghost cultivators didn't have high requirements for the Tao of formations. However, as their cultivation level increased, ghost cultivators also had higher requirements for the Tao of formations. This led to a bizarre phenomenon in the cultivation world of the 9 prefectures. Some people appeared to be array masters on the surface, but were actually ghost cultivators who were proficient in concealment and assassination. In terms of attainments in the Tao of formations, Ingwuji was inferior to Lu Yi, but he was different from those stupid ghost cultivators. He could more or less see some traces of formations, so along the way he didn't touch any formations at all. He didn't even step into the range of a formation. Is it beautiful? Lu Yi put down the formation flag in his hand. Song Jue took a deep breath and praised. I've long heard that fellow Taoist Lu has extremely high attainments in the Tao of formations. Now that I've seen it, it's really extraordinary. This song admires you. He had easily forced out the traces of more than a dozen ghostly cultivators. Under such a deterrent, the other ghost cultivators hiding in the dark wouldn't dare to act rashly. So, if he wanted to succeed, he would have to rely on Ingwuji. Although the current situation was unexpected, it was what Song Jue wanted to see. He didn't need to do too much. He only needed to attract Lu Ye's attention here and create an opportunity for Ingwuji to make a move. Once Ingwuji made a move, Lu Ye would die without a doubt, and the purpose of this trip would be achieved. Thinking of this, he slowly shook his head. But fellow Taoist Lu, forgive me for saying too much, but this is meaningless. Today, hundreds of fellow Taoists from my myriad Devil Ridge have gathered here. I'm sure fellow Taoist Lu also understands why. Under such circumstances, does fellow Taoist Lu think you still have a chance of survival? It looks like I'm dead for sure. Song Jue said, does fellow Taoist Lu still have some unrealistic fantasies? Naturally, even ants want to live, let alone cultivators like us. It's reasonable that fellow Taoist Lu doesn't want to accept his fate. But is fellow Taoist Lu willing to implicate others because of his own matters? Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Song Jue continued, no matter how many formations fellow Taoist Lu has laid down in this spiritual land, since the cultivators of my myriad Devil Ridge have come here today, they won't return empty-handed. But if we force it, I'm afraid both of us will suffer losses. The biggest possibility is that we will pay a certain price and your side will be completely wiped out. He raised his eyebrows. Fellow Taoist Lu, how about I make a deal with you? The corners of Lu Ye's mouth suddenly curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. What a coincidence! I also want to make a deal with you. Song Jue was surprised. Oh, what kind of deal does fellow Taoist Lu want to make? Why don't you tell me? Tell me yours first. Song Jue didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, as I said just now, if there is a conflict, both of us will have to pay the price. How about fellow Taoist Lu just surrender? Are you still asleep? Song Jue said, as long as fellow Taoist Lu is willing to surrender, I can make the decision to let the 3 companions behind you leave this place safely. If fellow Taoist Lu doesn't trust me, I can make a heavenly oath. So that's how it is. Lu Yi understood what he meant, a very sincere proposal, using himself to ensure the safety of Li Baxian and the others. If Lu Yi really didn't have any backup plans, this was indeed a proposal worth considering. Of course, Li Baxian and the others definitely wouldn't agree. Then what does fellow Taoist Lu think? Lu Yi just opened his mouth when he suddenly turned his head to look to the side. The spiritual runes of insight instantly strengthened his eyes. Then he quickly raised the array flag in his hand and waved it down. He had done this before, which resulted in the explosion of more than 10 ghost cultivators. Now that he suddenly did this again, it was obvious that he had discovered traces of ghost cultivators. But this time, the hidden ghost cultivators were only 10 feet away from his position. This was already an extremely dangerous distance, and the only ghost cultivator who could sneak in to this extent under the previous deterrence was only Ingwuji. When Lu Yi looked over, Ingwuji's heart was filled with surprise. He instinctively felt that he had not been exposed, but Lu Ye's gaze was fixed on his position, so it was obvious that he had sensed something. How was this possible? 2 months ago, even that true lake-stage cultivator didn't sense his approach. How could this Lu Yi detect him? He also didn't trigger any traces of spirit arrays. Or was this guy's soul even stronger than the dead true lake-stage cultivator? In that instant, Ingwuji reacted, his whole body turning into a black shadow as he rushed towards Lu Yi at an extremely fast speed. Although he wanted to sneak up to Lu Yi and kill him in one strike, since he had been exposed, he could only attack head-on. With a distance of 10 feet, it was impossible for a 9th-order cultivator to dodge. Lu Yi didn't dodge. He just waved the array flag in his hand. In the next instant, a curtain of light that covered an area of several meters appeared out of thin air, completely enveloping Ingwuji. Ingwuji's heart thumped. The moment he saw this light curtain, he realized that something was wrong, because this light curtain gave him the feeling that it was an entrapment array. The next moment, his whole body was wrapped in a fierce aura as he slammed into the light curtain. Unsurprisingly, it was indeed an entrapment array, and even with his full strength as a 9th-order ghost cultivator, he was unable to break through it. A sense of horror flooded his body and mind, and inside the entrapment array, violent and chaotic spirit chi fluctuations surged as a bright burst of fire appeared in Ingwuji's vision. Hong, 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 hong. The explosion array erupted with power, and it wasn't just a single array. Just by looking at the movement, it was obvious there were at least 3 or 4 explosion arrays superimposed. And inside the entrapment array, the power of the explosion array was further amplified. Outside the spirit land, the eyes of many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators twitched. This scene was painful to watch. Amidst the flames, a muffled groan rang out. The light curtain of the entrapment array only lasted a breath of time before it broke. It wasn't that the entrapment array arranged by Lu Yi wasn't strong enough, but rather that even a powerful ghost cultivator like Ingwuji couldn't break through it. It was just that the superimposed power of several explosion arrays had exceeded the limits of the entrapment array's light curtain. Almost at the moment the entrapment array's light curtain broke, a black shadow rushed out, but instead of rushing in Lu Ye's direction, it went in the opposite direction. The speed was far faster than before, and the surface of the black shadow was even covered in a thick layer of blood-red light. It was unknown what kind of secret technique it had used. The black shadow flashed and rushed out of returning Heaven Valley in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace. From beginning to end, no one saw his true appearance. Only Lu Yi vaguely saw something the moment the other party's figure was exposed. However, the other party was wearing a black cat mask on his face, so Lu Yi couldn't see his appearance. He could only infer from the spirit energy fluctuations that this person was a 9th order ghost cultivator. In the sky, Song Jue watched this scene speechlessly. Ingwuji failed. Not only did he fail, but he was also seriously injured. This was truly the biggest joke in the world. To be continued. Chapter 619. Song Jue knew about Ingwuji's ability. He could kill true Lake Realm ghost cultivators. It was impossible for such a powerful ghost cultivator to fail when dealing with a 5th order Cloud River Realm cultivator. However, Ingwuji had escaped with serious injuries, which made Song Jue's originally confident plan disappear in an instant. How did Ingwuji get exposed? Song Jue really couldn't figure it out, but it was meaningless to think about it now. Ingwuji had escaped and could no longer be counted on. If he wanted to kill Lu Yi, he could only attack. In fact, Song Jue didn't want to do this because even if he killed Lu Yi, he wouldn't get many benefits in the end. At most, it would increase his fame and prestige. In the future, when the cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge talked about Lu Yi, they would think that he died in an operation led by Song Jue. What use did fame and prestige have to him? Only practical resources were real benefits. The smile on Song Jue's face disappeared and his expression became serious. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have underestimated Lu Yi. Letting out a soft breath, Song Jue said, "My proposal just now. Fellow Taoist, Lu hasn't given an answer yet." "I refuse." The resolute answer fell into his ears, and Song Jue nodded slightly. As expected, if Lu Yi really agreed to such a thing, he would be crazy. As Song Jue said before, even ants wanted to live, let alone cultivators. Then what is the deal that fellow Taoist Lu mentioned? The corner of Lu Ye's mouth rose slightly, showing a rare smile to a stranger, then raised his hand and waved gently. The space in front of him rippled, and an object suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Song Jue's eyes narrowed, and many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators looked at the object that suddenly appeared in astonishment. It was something that no cultivator was unfamiliar with, something that everyone had encountered countless times. A low voice came from the crowd, "The Heaven's Fate Pillar!" There was actually a Heaven's secret pillar in a small spiritual land, and from the looks of it, it had been there for a long time, but it had always been concealed by a spirit array, so no one had noticed it. It was only now that Lu Yi had taken the initiative to reveal it to everyone. What was there to play with? With the Tianji Pillar, Liu Ye and the others could use the Tianji Pillar to return to the 9 prefectures at any time. Even if there were thousands or tens of thousands of them, what could they do? Unless they could stop those people before they came into contact with the Tianji Pillar. But at this moment, many of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were still outside the range of the Spirit Land formation, so it was impossible for them to do such a thing. In other words, Liu Yi and the others could withdraw at any time. Song Jue finally came to his senses. No wonder Li Baxian and the others had been standing quietly behind Liu Yi without batting an eyelid. It turned out that they had something like this to rely on at this moment. Song Jue felt that it was extremely laughable when he recalled his previous suggestions and words. His heart was filled with resentment. Previously, he had heard that Liu Ye had managed to summon a divine pillar from the hunting ground and managed to escape from the encirclement. Now he had actually managed to summon another one from this spiritual land. This was something that was worth 100,000 merit points. While the vast majority of cultivators were still rushing about for tens of thousands of merit points, Liu Ye was able to invite the pillars of heavenly secrets one after another. He couldn't help but feel the same indignation as Xiaoliang and Tansheng. How rich was this dog? What made Song Jue feel even more resentful was that the person who had secretly leaked the information did not mention this matter at all. If he had known that there was a divine pillar in Liu Ye's spiritual land, he would have been more careful. He would have made sure to give Liu Yi a fatal blow before taking action, instead of leading hundreds of people to pressure him. This was Song Jue's misunderstanding. This time, the source of the information about Liu Ye's hiding place came from Tu Guanxiong of the Holy Eve's spiritual land. Tu Guanxiong also did not know that there was a divine pillar here back then. Xiaoliang had secretly mentioned this matter to Huoliao Yuan, but Huoliao Yuan relied on his death arena and did not care. In the end, Huoliao Yuan died on the death arena and no one knew about this matter. The only people who knew about this matter were Xiaoliang and Tansheng, but the two had already made up their minds to let the people of the myriad Devil Ridge force Liu Yi to give up the spiritual land, so they naturally would not publicize it. After seeing the divine pillar, the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge, who were originally confident of victory, lost their fighting spirit, and all of them felt that this trip was boring. They were too far away and could not stop Liu Yi and the others before they came into contact with the divine pillar. The ghost cultivators who were originally hiding in the dark might have a chance, but after learning from their mistakes, how would those ghost cultivators dare to casually sneak into the spiritual land now? After the divine pillar was revealed, no one spoke for a full 10 breaths. In the end, it was Song Jue who broke the silence. The deal that fellow Taoist Lu mentioned, is it related to this item? Liu Yi did not directly answer. Instead, he said, "There are so many of you gathered here for my life. Perhaps I can give you a chance." Behind him, Li Baxian frowned and suddenly felt that something was not right. Feng Yuechan also sensed it and turned to look at Li Baxian. Both of them felt that Liu Ye's actions today were a little strange, but they did not disturb him out of trust. However, they did not know what Liu Yi was planning. Only giant armor stood there motionless like a mountain, as if he did not care. His thoughts were simple. If there was a fight, he would rush to the front. If there was no fight, he would guard here. What do you mean? Song Jue did not understand. Very simple. Liu Yi looked at him. I will leave here, but you people of the myriad Devil Ridge cannot break into my spiritual land. Little junior brother, Li Baxian immediately shouted. At this moment, he finally understood what Liu Yi was planning. He did not understand Liu Ye's actions. After all, escaping back to the 9 states was the safest choice. Why did little junior brother say such a thing? Liu Yi turned his back to him and said in a low voice, Senior brother, since I have been targeted by the people of the myriad Devil Ridge, there is no way I can hide. Unless I stay in the 9 states and not enter the Cloudy River battlefield, there will be all kinds of people who want to kill me. Last time, there was Xiaoliang and the others who somehow found this place. What about next time? No matter how well I hide, there will still be people who will come looking for me. Rather than hiding in one place, it is better to wander around. This way, it will be difficult for others to lock onto my position. As for safety, senior brother does not need to worry too much. There are indeed many people who are stronger than me on the cloudy river battlefield, but there should not be many who are faster than me. Moreover, I am very familiar with being hunted. Since the spirit stream battlefield, those who have tried to kill me have not had a good ending. The last sentence made Li Bashian's heart ache. Thinking back to his little junior brother's various encounters on the spirit stream battlefield, he was indeed often in a situation where he was being hunted. I understand what you are saying, but we cannot do this. Little junior brother, let's retreat from the 9 states according to the plan. We can talk about other things in the future. Senior brother, blindly hiding will not solve the problem. Only a strong counterattack will make them afraid. Since they dare to target me, I will kill them. If I hide this time, there will be a next time and a next time. Senior brother does not want to see me hide whenever I encounter trouble, right? Then I will go with you. Lu Yi shook his head. Senior brother, you can stay here and cultivate. Also, help me look after Giant Armor. With Giant Armor's personality, if no one restrains him, who knows what he will do? Moreover, it is more convenient for me to move alone. Li Baxian wanted to say something more, but Feng Yuechan gently tugged on his sleeve and said, Junior brother Lu, if you really do this, you will be in danger at all times. Are you confident? Anything depends on effort. In the air, Song Jue was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. He asked in astonishment, This is the deal that fellow Taoist Lu mentioned. That's right. Song Jue frowned. He did not know what Lu Yi wanted to do. In the current situation, using the Heaven's Fate Pillar to return to the 9 states was the safest and most correct choice. However, he had proposed such a deal. This was undoubtedly a huge risk. At most, he would only be able to protect a spiritual land, but it would give the Myriad Demon Ridge an opportunity. However, the Myriad Demon Ridge had no reason to refuse such a deal. In fact, they would be happy to see it. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Song Jue nodded. All right, no matter what the other party wanted to do, there was nothing wrong with agreeing. Do I need to swear a Heaven's Fate oath? Song Jue asked. This deal was too friendly to the Myriad Demon Ridge. It was so friendly that Song Jue would not feel at ease if he did not swear a Heaven's Fate oath. No need, Lu Yi indifferently said. As he spoke, he stepped to the side. Junior brother. Li Baxian still wanted to stop Lu Yi and grabbed his arm. Lu Yi looked at him with a smile. Senior brother, don't worry too much. There's no harm in experiencing more hardships. Their eyes met. Li Baxian saw the determination in Lu Ye's eyes. How could he not know that Lu Yi was right? After dodging this time, there would be a next time and a next time. He could not dodge in such a sorry state every time, but he was still worried. Even though Lu Yi was now able to stand on his own, the person in front of him was still the junior brother who needed his and Wei Yang's protection on the Golden Peak. After a long time, Li Baxian said, Be careful. He also wanted to go with Lu Yi, but if he did, Feng Yuechan would definitely follow. At that time, Giant Armor could not be left behind. The 4 of them moving together was far less convenient than Lu Yi moving alone. I know, Lu Yi replied with a smile. Li Baxian let go of his arm. Lu Yi walked to the side and stood still. He circulated his spirit power, and the lines of a large formation quickly lit up under his feet. Song Jue and the group of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators stared in confusion, not knowing what the formation was. Within the formation, Lu Yi looked up at Song Jue and said softly, Remember my deal with you? If anyone dares to break into my spiritual land, I will return to the Spirit Stream battlefield and destroy their sex encampment. Song Jue finally understood why Lu Yi did not need him to swear a Heaven's Fate oath. Although the Heaven's Fate oath had an absolute binding effect, Lu Ye's threat was not bad. With this sentence, before Lu Yi died, no one would dare to have any ideas about this spiritual land. Chapter 620. The lines in the array grew brighter and brighter, and the space around Lu Yi suddenly began to distort. Then he disappeared. This bizarre scene stunned everyone on the spot. Song Jue instinctively took a step forward, and the crowd behind him went into an uproar. In broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many people, a living person disappeared just like that. Moreover, it wasn't with the help of the heaven's fate pillar. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. It's a transmission array. That's a transmission array. A voice suddenly shouted from the crowd. It was a formation cultivator. He had once seen the method of setting up a teleportation formation in an ancient book. He had been very interested in it and studied it for a period of time. However, he realized that with his talent in formations, he would never be able to set up such a complicated formation like the teleportation formation in his lifetime. The main reason was that it was too difficult to set up the void spirit veins, the core of the formation. Moreover, in the cultivation world of the 9 states, because of the heaven's fate pillar, transmission arrays were not very useful. Therefore, after studying it for a while, he had no choice but to give up. However, he still recognized the lines of a transmission array. He couldn't believe that someone in the Cloud River realm could arrange a transmission array that he couldn't arrange in his lifetime. Lu Yi's attainments in the Tao of Arrays were probably beyond everyone's imagination. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Although they were shocked, they finally understood why Lu Yi disappeared into thin air. It was actually a transmission array. If there were spirit sea realm cultivators present, they might be able to perceive the fluctuations in space and detect the direction of Lu Yi's teleportation with their divine sense. However, a group of Cloud River realm cultivators didn't have such ability. Once Lu Yi's figure disappeared, they would no longer be able to track his whereabouts. Song Jue clenched his fists, his expression furious, because he felt that he had been played by Lu Yi. The deal that Lu Yi proposed before was that he would leave the Spirit Land and give Myriad Demon Ridge a chance to kill him. In return, Myriad Demon Ridge would not destroy his Spirit Land. Otherwise, he would return to the Spirit Stream battlefield and destroy their sex station. Song Jue thought that Lu Yi would fly out of the Spirit Land. In his mind, as long as Lu Yi dared to leave the Spirit Land, he could immediately chase after him. A 5th-order Cloud River realm cultivator couldn't escape from him. But now that Lu Yi had been teleported away, who knew where he had been teleported to? Just as Song Jue was fuming, the array cultivator spoke again. Senior Brother Song, Lu Yi shouldn't be far from here. His cultivation level isn't high, so the teleportation array he set up is limited. At most, it's 200 to 300 miles. Song Jue's expression changed. Are you sure? There's no mistake. The formation cultivator said decisively. Song Jue's eyes flashed with hope again. He immediately ordered, spread out and look for Lu Yi. If you find him, whistle as a warning. A distance of 200 to 300 kilometers was nothing to cultivators at the Cloud River tier. Thus, even if they temporarily lost sight of him, they might still be able to find him if they spread out. Following his order, the hundreds of cultivators outside the spiritual land immediately scattered in all directions. The current situation was undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity for the Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators. All the cultivators here were at least at the 6th order, and all of them were confident that as long as they could find Lu Yi, they would be able to kill him. Previously, under Song Jue's leadership, the bounty for killing Lu Yi had to be divided equally with everyone. Now that they had the opportunity to monopolize the bounty, how could they miss it? Everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Inside the Spirit Land, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan watched the Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators leave with complicated expressions. They no longer paid any attention to them. Feng Yuechan took out the jade slip that controlled the many spirit arrays in the spirit land and revealed a look of realization. So junior brother Lu had this plan all along. The spirit arrays in the spirit land were arranged by Lu Yi, so the jade slip array had naturally been controlled by him. However, just yesterday, Lu Yi found Feng Yuechan and handed the jade slip array to her. He even returned the small umbrella spirit artifact that he had borrowed from her. At that time, Feng Yuechan didn't understand why Lu Yi handed the jade slip array to her. But now that she thought about it, Lu Yi had no intention of returning to the 9 provinces from the very beginning. Thinking about it, he had been cultivating here peacefully, but people had come to him time and time again to provoke him. Under such circumstances, how could he stay? Last time in the hunting ground, he was forced to return to the 9 provinces once. This time he was unwilling to repeat the same mistake. So he left and prepared to fight with the Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators. Senior brother, since junior brother Lu did this, he must have a plan. Feng Yuechan turned to Li Baxian and comforted him. Li Baxian sighed. In the end, he was useless. If he had a Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivation, he would have killed as many people as came today. His junior brother wouldn't have to be so aggrieved. He turned to look at Giant Armor. He thought that Giant Armor would be restless after Lu Yi left and might even chase after him. Who knew that this guy just stood there quietly as if nothing had happened? Then, the Giant Armor turned around and walked into its wooden hut to cultivate. Lu Yi looked for him yesterday and told him to stay here and wait. Just like when Lu Yi told him to wait in place, he ended up waiting for 2 months. Since Lu Yi told him to continue waiting, then he would just wait. There was no need to think too much. He would do whatever Lu Yi told him to do. Cultivate, Li Baxian said. Little junior brother took a huge risk to protect this grade A spirit land. Of course, he had his own considerations, but it was also because he wanted to leave a good cultivation environment for them. Little junior brother had left, so he couldn't help much. The only thing he could do was cultivate hard and improve his cultivation as soon as possible. If he encountered such a situation again one day, he would not be as powerless as he was today. Feng Yuechan activated the Jade Slip Array, activating the protective and concealing spirit arrays in the spirit land. Soon, the vast spirit land disappeared. In a cave more than 200 kilometers away from returning sky spirit land, Lu Ye's figure suddenly appeared. Although he was more than 200 kilometers away with the help of the transmission array, this location was not safe. The people of Myriad Demon Ridge would definitely spread out to search for him, so there was only one thing he needed to do right now, and that was to get as far away from returning Sky Valley as possible. It would be best if he left Great Mang Mountain. This was actually not too difficult for him. He had concealment and aura concealment spirit runes. Although he was a weapon cultivator, he also had the means of a ghost cultivator. Although there were many people in Myriad Demon Ridge, it would not be easy to find him. Walking out of the cave, Lu Yi was about to set off, but he was stunned. Not far in front of him, a pale guy with a weak aura and a black cat mask turned his head and looked in his direction. Their eyes met, and Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed the hilt of the mountain coiling saber with a playful expression. Wasn't this the ghost cultivator who had approached 20 meters from him just now? In such a short time, this person had actually come here and coincidentally bumped into him. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Lu Yi did not know the name of this ghost cultivator or where he came from, but he knew that the other party was a 9th Order cultivator. Under the black cat mask, Ingwu Ji showed a pleasantly surprised expression. He did not understand why Lu Yi would appear here, and for a moment he thought that the other party only looked similar to Lu Yi. However, the amber crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder was undoubtedly an eye-catching mark. It did not make sense for someone to look like Lu Yi and bring along an identical little beast. This guy is Lu Yi. No matter why the other party suddenly appeared here, for Ingwu Ji, he was a big fish that had delivered itself to his door. The two sides only exchanged glances for a short moment before they both moved. The two figures stirred up two gusts of wind and collided with a loud bang. Two short blades appeared in Ingwuji's hands at some point. The short blades were only 3 inches longer than the dagger and were completely black. They looked similar to the mountain coiling saber. However, the mountain coiling saber's appearance was caused by the woman who called herself Grandmaster Yu when it was being upgraded. The color of the short blades in Ingwuji's hands was deliberately made. He was a ghost cultivator and needed to be silent when attacking, so the black short blades would undoubtedly reduce the risk of being exposed. One of the short blades blocked Lu Ye's mountain coiling saber, while the other went straight for Lu Ye's throat. The difference in cultivation was more than 4 minor realms. Ingwuji did not understand where Lu Yi got the courage to take the initiative to attack him, but he could almost foresee the scene of his opponent being killed in one blow. If he knew that Huo Liaoyuan was thinking the same before he died, he would not be so relaxed. Under the sudden attack of an irresistible force, Ingwuji's expression immediately changed under the black cat mask. At this moment, he felt that he was not facing a fifth-order cultivator at all, but a master who was on par with him. Ingwuji could not help but lean back, and the short blade stabbing at Lu Ye's throat also lost its aim. He quickly stabilized his body, but Lu Ye's second blade had already landed. When cultivators fought, especially in this kind of close combat, there were often situations where one careless move could lead to a complete loss. At this moment, Ingwuji paid the price for his carelessness. When the second strike landed, the force behind it was even heavier than the first strike. Endless Shadow's arm that was holding the dagger felt numb. His body leaned back again, and this time he even took a few steps back. Then came the third, the fourth. Ding, ding, dang, dang, dang sounds rang out, and with each sound, Ingwuji had to take a few steps back. Originally, he was only using one short blade to block, but now he was using 2. His arm went numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger cracked. Ingwuji's heart sank to the bottom. If he was at his peak, he would not be in such a sorry state, but when he sneaked into the spirit land, he was injured by several explosion arrays and was forced to use a secret technique to escape. Now he could not even say that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could not even display half of his peak strength. But even if he only had half of his strength, it should be more than enough to deal with a fifth-order cultivator. But was this the strength of a fifth-order cultivator? Chapter 6:21. In a hurry, after exchanging 5 blows, Ingwuji's entire body was already cold. At this moment, his body leaned back uncontrollably, leaving his chest wide open. In his field of vision, a long saber stabbed straight at him. He couldn't dodge it. The injuries he had suffered in Hutian Valley and the price he had to pay for activating the secret technique had slowed his reaction speed a lot, so he had no power to resist this blow. When they first exchanged blows, Ingwuji was shocked by the strength Lu Yi had displayed and felt that he could fight evenly with him. But in just 2 short breaths, what he thought was an even match had turned into a complete one-sided crush. He madly urged his protective spirit chi and watched helplessly as the long saber stabbed into his chest. A flash of light erupted from the pitch-black saber, and a complex and mysterious pattern flashed across it. Double-edged spirit inscriptions. His already disordered spiritual energy was unable to provide him with much protection in a hurry. Under this strike, he was able to his protective spirit chi was directly broken, and the mountain saber stabbed into Ingwuji's chest. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. The moment the saber stabbed into the other party's body, he felt that there seemed to be something blocking the saber's advance on his chest, and there was even a light tinkling sound. This black, cat-faced ghost cultivator was wearing a treasure similar to a heart-protecting mirror. Pooh! Using the force of the impact, Ingwuji's figure was forced back, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This was not because he was injured by Lu Yi, but because he was already injured. Quickly pulling back a few feet, Ingwuji no longer had any thoughts about Lu Yi and turned around. He flew into the air. Lu Yi had already caught up, but after taking a step, he saw Ingwuji's body wrapped in a layer of blood-red mist, as if his blood was boiling and evaporating. He directly turned into a red light and flew away. His speed was so fast that even Lu Yi couldn't catch up with him. This secret technique again. When he was in Hutian Valley, this ghost cultivator had used this secret technique to escape, and he had used it again in such a short time. No matter what this secret technique was, just from the signs when it was activated, it was clear that it was not a simple secret technique. Once it was activated, there would be a great backlash. Lu Yi did not chase after this person, although he felt that if he did, there was a high chance that he could kill this person. He was now the one being hunted. He had just been transported out of the return to Heaven's Spirit Land, so what he needed to do now was to quickly hide. Currently, there were only two choices in front of Lu Yi. One was to go deep into the Taimong Mountains, and the other was to leave the Taimong Mountains. This place could be considered as the deepest part of the Taimong Mountains. However, due to the wolf pack's frequent hunting, there were generally no demonic beasts living near the spiritual land. If one continued to venture deeper into the Taimong Mountains, it would be very easy to encounter some powerful demonic beasts. Of course, there wouldn't be any overlord-level demonic beasts like the berserk giant ape. But to cultivators, some powerful bird-type demonic beasts were often more dangerous than the berserk giant ape. If he left the Taimong Mountains, there was no need to worry about encountering any demonic beasts. At that time, he would have to face a large number of Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators, although there were only a few hundred people besieging the Spirit Land this time. That was because the cultivators who were not strong enough could not go deep into the Spirit Land. Those hundreds of people were basically all 6th Order cultivators and above. Now that they heard the news, there were more than a few hundred Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators rushing to the periphery of the Taimong Mountains. There were probably thousands of them, and as time passed, the number would only increase. It seemed like there were two choices, but in fact, there was only one in front of Lu Yi. He did not hesitate to take the risk of leaving the Spirit Land and not using the Heaven's Fate Pillar to return to the 9 states. It was not to hide from the Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, he was hunted by all kinds of people, but when his strength reached a certain level, he dominated the entire battlefield. Many Myriad Demons Ridge sects trembled in front of him. The current him was far from having the strength to dominate the Cloud River battlefield, but strength was something that could only be accumulated bit by bit. Moreover, the situation in the Cloud River battlefield was different from the Spirit Stream battlefield. There were no sects here, and if someone provoked him in the Spirit Stream battlefield, the monk could run, but the temple could not. The Cloud River battlefield was different. Even if someone provoked him, they were not his opponent now, and if they wanted to take revenge in the future, they might not be able to find the person. Therefore, in the Cloud River battlefield, revenge had to be done as soon as possible, preferably not overnight. Without hesitation, Lu Yi immediately rushed towards the periphery of the Taimong Mountains. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, several streams of light flashed across the sky. The person in the lead was Song Jue from Abyss Rainbow Hall. The people beside him were his junior brothers and junior sisters. They had been hiding in the crowd, secretly agreeing with his words and adding fuel to the fire, now that their plan to join forces with Ingwuji to kill Lu Yi had failed. Lu Yi had used the transmission array to escape the Spirit Land. The hundreds of Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators had spread out to search for him, so there was no need for them to hide. If they joined forces, as long as they could find Lu Ye's whereabouts, taking him down would be as easy as crushing a conch. At this moment, the few of them were rushing nearby. They did not fly high, and as they flew, they seemed to be searching for something. "Senior brother, over there!" Suddenly, an 8th Order cultivator pointed somewhere below. Song Jue looked over and immediately led the others to descend. Not far in front of them, a man wearing a black cat mask was leaning against a big rock, his head drooping, motionless. His clothes were stained red with blood, as if he had been soaked in it. Strangely, there were no particularly obvious external injuries on his body. This person was naturally Ingwu-ji, but unlike when he appeared in the spirit land and when he appeared in front of Lu Yi just now, the current Ingwu-ji seemed to have lost a lot of weight. In such a short period of time, he had used his secret technique to escape twice. This was the price he had to pay. And these so-called secret techniques were not easily used. If Ingwu-ji's foundation was not strong enough, he might have really died. Is he dead? A seventh-order female cultivator asked softly. Anyone who saw Ingwu-ji like this would think he was dead. His drooping head suddenly lifted and his hands moved as Ingwu-ji struggled to speak. Don't speak nonsense! Cough, cough! Ingwu-ji coughed violently and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Song Jue frowned. How did you end up like this? Even if Ingwu-ji had been injured by the spirit array arranged by Lu Yi in the spirit land, even if he had used his secret technique, he should not have been so weak. He finally understood why Ingwu-ji had suddenly sent him a message and called him over. In this state, if no one came to protect him, any random demonic beast would be able to kill Ingwu-ji without a doubt. Ingwu-ji was calling for help. Lu Yi. Ingwu-ji called out. What? Song Jue was startled and suddenly reacted. You met Lu Yi? Where is he? Ingwu-ji raised his hand with great effort and pointed in a direction. 40 miles away. After he finished speaking, his raised hand fell to the ground. He really didn't have any strength left. With this kind of injury, he wouldn't be able to recover without half a month to a month of rest. To a powerful ghost cultivator like him, who had even killed a true lake-stage cultivator, his current state was simply too unsightly. It filled his heart with humiliation. Song Jue immediately flew up and hurriedly rushed in the direction Ingwu-ji had pointed while calling out, Junior brother Lu, stay here and take care of him. Ingwu-ji's weak voice rang out in his ear. Don't be careless, he's very strong. Song Jue pretended not to hear. Lu Yi was just a fifth order. How could he be stronger than him? The most important thing now was to find his whereabouts. Song Jue and the others quickly left, leaving behind a bearded man. It was junior brother Lu. After all, Ingwu-ji was a cultivator from Sun Luo Temple, a sect from the War Province. Sun Luo Temple and Abyss Rainbow Temple had always been close, so Song Jue naturally would not ignore the other party's life or death. Junior brother Lu was a seventh-order cultivator, so it would not be a problem for him to take care of the injured Ingwu-ji. Following the direction Ingwu-ji had pointed out, Song Jue led his junior brothers and junior sisters all the way and soon arrived at the cave where Lu Yi and Song Jue had fought. After carefully examining it, they confirmed that there were indeed traces of a fight here, but there were not many, so it was obvious that the fight had not been going on for long. After exploring the cave again, they found a hidden spirit array. Even if they knew nothing about spirit arrays, they were certain that this was a transmission array left behind by Lu Yi. The other party had used this transmission array to directly teleport here from returning Heaven Valley. There were not many useful clues. Although they were certain that Ingwu-ji had met Lu Yi here, it was difficult to determine where he was now. With no other choice, they could only continue to search. Under the leadership of Song Jue from Abyss Rainbow Temple, hundreds of cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge had forcibly suppressed Lu Yi's spirit land. There was actually a pillar of heaven's secrets in the spirit land. Originally, Lu Yi had the opportunity to use the pillar of heaven's secrets to directly return to the 9 regions, but he made a surprising decision. He left his spirit land through the transmission array and declared that if anyone dared to break into his spirit land, he would return to the Spirit Stream battlefield and destroy the other party's sect station. No one knew why Lu Yi would make such an irrational move, but this undoubtedly gave the cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge great hope. Lu Yi was currently hiding somewhere in the Tai Mang Mountains. Whoever could find him would have a chance of obtaining the huge reward. Through the continuous spread of the battlefield imprints of the cultivators, countless cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge received this news in just a short day, especially those cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge who were in the Tai Mang Mountains and had not been able to reach returning Heaven Valley. Their cultivation and strength were insufficient, so they could not go deeper into the Tai Mang Mountains. They had thought that this trip would be in vain, but the situation had taken a turn for the worse and brought them hope. Suddenly, they were full of energy and began to search around. However, for the entire day, none of the tens of millions of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators in the Tai Mang Mountains had found a trace of Lu Yi. No one knew where he was hiding. Chapter 6:22. Night fell and darkness enveloped the sky. A new moon rose, and the stars twinkled in the sky. In a mountain wilderness about 500 kilometers away from returning Heaven Valley, several cultivators were besieging a blue-eyed porcupine. Even though the Tai Mang Mountains were filled with danger, there were many fortuitous encounters hidden within it. There were rare demon beasts, rare medicinal herbs, and many minerals that were difficult to find outside. All of these fortuitous encounters were extremely attractive to cultivators. Cultivators were a group of people who liked to pursue profits. Because cultivation required a lot of resources, the monthly salary that each sect gave to their disciples was not enough to meet the needs of the cultivators. This was the case for both large and small sections. It was not that the sects were stingy, but they used this method to encourage their disciples to obtain more cultivation resources through their own means. At the same time, they used this method to sharpen their disciples. Otherwise, if one only knew how to cultivate and did not know how to fight, no matter how high one's cultivation was, it would only be an empty shell. Only Lu Yi could take cultivation resources from his sect's treasury without any restrictions. The large amount of resources in the sect's treasury were all plundered by him from Myriad Demon's Ridge and belonged to him. Although Shui Yuan was nominally in charge of the distribution of the sect's resources, how could she make things difficult for him over such a trivial matter? Before Lu Yi, although the Blue Blood sect could not be said to be poor, it did not have many resources. Shui Yuan's cultivation was even affected. Otherwise, with her aptitude, she could have broken through to the Spirit Sea realm long ago. Why would she have delayed until last year? Now, the Blue Blood sect had accumulated an incalculable amount of resources in the sect's treasury due to Lu Ye's various actions. In the Great Mang Mountains, blue-eyed porcupines were a very common monster beast. They could be found everywhere in the Great Mang Mountains. Although they were common, they were very valuable monster beasts. Their skin and flesh were extremely tender and had a certain effect on body tempering. If eaten over a long period of time, it could improve one's vitality. Not to mention, monster generals had monster cores in their bodies. The stronger the blue-eyed porcupine, the more valuable it was. Several Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators were dealing with this blue-eyed porcupine. Judging from its monster chi fluctuations, it was a monster general comparable to an 8th Order Cloud River realm cultivator. Several cultivators at the 6th or 7th Order cooperated with each other, with the strong body cultivator attracting the blue-eyed porcupine's attention, while the remaining armament cultivators, Dharma cultivators, and ghost cultivators waited for an opportunity to attack. The situation was under their control. The battle had been going on for quite some time. The blue-eyed porcupine's body was covered in wounds, and its body was dyed red with blood. Its throat constantly emitted low growls, but it was still a trapped beast. Every time it tried to break out of the encirclement and escape, it would be beaten back by a violent attack. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long for them to take down this demonic beast. Their search for Lu Yi was fruitless. Since they encountered a monster beast with decent value, they decided to take it down. This kind of thing didn't just happen to these Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Looking at the current Tai Mang Mountains, Similar scenes could be seen everywhere. The few of them were concentrating on dealing with the demonic beasts in front of them. No one would have thought that in the darkness, a figure was quietly approaching them. It wasn't until a strange sound was heard, accompanied by a short scream, that they were shocked. Turning their heads to look, they saw the armament cultivator in the group kneeling on the ground with his hand covering his chest. Behind the armament cultivator, a figure had appeared out of nowhere and was pulling out a long saber from the armament cultivator's body. When everyone turned their heads, that person pounced towards the spell cultivator at the side at lightning speed. His speed was extremely fast. The Dharma cultivator was in the middle of casting a spell. Seeing this scene, he panicked and hurriedly stopped casting his spell. His figure quickly retreated while madly urging his body, protecting spirit energy. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of the Dharma cultivator. The strong sense of oppression made it difficult for the Dharma cultivator to breathe. He instinctively urged his spirit energy, and at the same time a huge repulsive force swept out in all directions. However, the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of a flash of saber light from the side. The Dharma cultivator's body, protecting spirit energy, only lasted for less than 2 breaths before it completely shattered. The last thing he felt was a trace of insignificant pain spreading through his body. But soon the pain became extremely clear and intense, causing him to scream. The bright saber light flashed past, and the scream came to an abrupt end. Lui Yi! A cry of alarm rang out. It was the ghost cultivator who shouted. His heart was filled with horror. In just 2 breaths of time, 2 of the team of 4 had died. His heart was filled with grief and confusion. Wasn't Lui Yi an armament cultivator? But looking at the method he used just now, it was clearly something only a ghost cultivator could use. Did he also cultivate a ghost cultivator sect? He had never heard of such a thing. Despite his surprise and horror, he still instinctively rushed towards Lui Yi to kill him. After all, he was a 7th order cultivator, while Lui Yi was only a 5th order cultivator. The other party was able to kill his companions by relying on a sneak attack. Now that his figure had been exposed, there was no reason for him to miss it. As long as he killed Lui Yi, how could a trivial blue-eye porcupine compare to the bounty he would receive? It would be countless blue-eye porcupines. He seemed to be able to see the scene of him soaring in the future with the huge bounty on his head. However, after 3 breaths of time, the excitement in his heart was completely replaced by deep horror. As the spirit artifacts collided, sparks flew everywhere. The 7th order ghost cultivator stumbled back with a look of disbelief on his face. In a head-on confrontation, he was completely suppressed by a 5th order armament cultivator. It wasn't just suppression, it was simply crushing. The strength, speed, and adaptability of the other party's attacks far exceeded his own. After 5 breaths of time, the ghost cultivator's arms were completely numb, and his spirit chi was extremely scattered from the collision. After another 2 breaths, a head flew up and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Lui Yi immediately turned around and charged towards the body cultivator. The body cultivator's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was not only heartbroken over the death of his companions, but also horrified by the powerful strength displayed by Lui Yi. A 5th order cultivator had killed 3 of his companions in a short period of time. If it hadn't happened right under his nose, he wouldn't have believed it. When Lui Yi killed the 2nd spirit cultivator, the body cultivator wanted to help, but the injured blue-eyed porcupine seemed to have gone crazy. It charged at him again and again, and the body cultivator couldn't escape at all. A monster general comparable to an 8th order cloud river realm cultivator could be easily defeated by the 4 of them working together. But if he was alone, he could barely contend against it. If he left it alone, the body cultivator was sure that the blue-eyed porcupine's fangs would make a few holes in his body. Seeing his 3rd ghost cultivator companion die under Lui Yi's blade, the body cultivator realized that he was in big trouble this time, When Lu Yi joined the attack, the Seventh Order body cultivator's death was already destined. The blue-eyed porcupine seemed to know that Lu Yi wasn't an enemy. Its scarlet eyes only focused on the body cultivator, ignoring Lu Yi. The moment his spirit chi protection collapsed, the body cultivator let the blue-eyed porcupine pierce 2 holes in his waist and abdomen. The spirit artifact shield in his hand blocked Lu Yi's slash. Then he pushed his spirit chi and let out a long howl. Song Jue had said before that if he found any trace of Lu Yi, he would let out a long howl to warn him. At the last moment of his life, he finally remembered this. Of course, he wouldn't have a good end, but he definitely wouldn't let Lu Yi have it easy either. The howl stopped when the mountain coiling saber slashed down. Lu Yi didn't even have time to collect his spoils of war. He plunged into the night and quickly disappeared. The blue-eyed porcupine, covered in blood, also rushed in another direction and fled. A short while later, a team rushed over after hearing the howl. All they saw were 4 corpses lying on the ground. The battlefield was a mess, and the thick smell of blood assailed their nostrils. In another location, 3 cultivators had just experienced a battle of hunting demonic beasts, and they were meditating and adjusting their breathing. Among the 3, one of them cultivated the Tao of spirit arrays as well. Before meditating, he had set up a few simple warning arrays nearby. If a monster beast approached, the array would warn them. This was also the reason why the 3 of them dared to meditate together with peace of mind. However, when Lu Yi lurked here, those simple warning arrays didn't work at all. He was a formation cultivator himself, so his attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were much higher than the magic cultivators. Even if he didn't activate his clear vision spirit patterns, he could still see some traces of array formations with his naked eye. In his field of vision, the other party's array formations weren't refined at all. Approaching the target, suddenly launching an attack, the battle erupting abruptly and ending quickly. A dozen breaths later, when Lu Yi collected his spoils of war and left, only 3 corpses remained on the ground. A strange floral fragrance wafted through the air. Some cultivators followed the fragrance and found this place. They immediately saw a purple flower growing between the cracks of the rocks. The peanut had 5 petals, and each petal had some strange patterns. At first glance, it looked as if there was an open eye growing on it. Although the cultivator attracted by the flower wasn't proficient in medicinal theory, as a qualified cultivator, he still had the eyesight to distinguish some heavenly treasures. He could tell at a glance that this purple flower was a rare medicinal herb. After saying a few words to his companion, he excitedly took out his tools to collect the purple flower. But the moment he stretched out his hand, a pitch-black saber suddenly attacked from the side. The cultivator didn't even have time to react before the saber pierced through his waist and into his heart. The saber was pulled out, bringing with it a spray of blood. His companion instinctively counterattacked in a scream, but what greeted him was a storm of saber lights. A figure flashed through the air, the spirit energy fluctuations around him revealing that he was an 8th Order cultivator. Even though it was already late, he didn't give up on searching for Lu Ye's whereabouts. He knew that the longer he waited, the more difficult it would be to find Lu Yi. At the same time, he had to guard against the other experts of the myriad demon ridge. His powerful 8th Order cultivation was the source of his confidence in acting alone. Some people had invited him to accompany them before, but he had rejected them all. How could sharing the benefits with others compare to taking the bounty alone? To be continued. Chapter 6, 23. Because he was searching for Lu Yi, this 8th Order cultivator didn't fly too high, only about 400 meters above the ground. This was a very clever height, allowing him to see the situation on the ground while also ensuring that he had enough time to react if he was attacked. From this point alone, this person was an experienced cultivator. As he flew over a certain area, he suddenly sensed a weak spirit energy fluctuation from below. If he hadn't been extremely focused, he would have missed this anomaly. He immediately looked in that direction and saw a figure quickly shuttling through the woods like a startled bird. Even though it was night, the other party's figure was clearly imprinted in his eyes. Lu Yi. The cultivator was overjoyed. He didn't expect to actually find Lu Ye's trace. Sighing at his good fortune, he quickly chased forward and arrived in front of Lu Yi in the blink of an eye. Then he descended from the sky, holding a machete in his hand. Pushing his spirit energy, he slashed at Lu Yi like an eagle swooping down on its prey. With a bang, Lu Yi, who was running away, was pressed down by a strong force. The spirit energies of the two spirit artifacts collided and exploded. Under the shock wave, the two were suddenly separated. Lu Yi stood on the ground and slid back several dozen meters, leaving 2 deep marks in the ground. On the other hand, his opponent flipped over and landed lightly. In this confrontation, it seemed that Lu Yi was at a disadvantage, but the strength he erupted in an instant caused his opponent's brow to twitch. Lu Ye's spirit energy fluctuations were indeed 5th order, but the strength he showed was far more than that. However, this person didn't care too much. Lu Yi was famous and could kill enemies above his realm, so it wasn't surprising for him to have such a performance. But in the end, he was trapped here. Just as he was thinking this, a figure emerged from the ground behind him like a ghost. Lu Yi sometimes thought that he had actually chosen the wrong sect. If she had chosen a ghost cultivator, she would have been able to display more potential than any other ghost cultivator. Unfortunately, when he joined Blue Blood sect, there were only 2 people in the sect. One was Shui Yuan, and the other was the sect master. Yi had once studied medicine under Shui Yuan, but she realized that she had no talent in this area. She could only follow the sect master to cultivate spells. She was extremely talented in the Tao of spell arts. No matter how profound the spell arts were, she could quickly grasp them. Moreover, because she was a spirit, there weren't many restrictions when she cast spell arts. She could cast all kinds of spell arts. Aside from lightning spells, perhaps it was because of her spiritual body, but Yi was very afraid of lightning-type spells, let alone cultivating them herself. No matter what, since Yi had embarked on the path of Dharma cultivation and had outstanding talent, it was no longer appropriate for her to switch to another sect. She could only wait until she was stronger in the future to consider cultivating in the ghostly cultivation sect. Even though she had never come into contact with the Tao of ghost cultivators, as a spirit body, she was born with some advantages that ghost cultivators couldn't reach. At this moment, she silently appeared behind the enemy, and the enemy did not notice at all. It wasn't until Yi summoned the 9-spirit array diagram that the 8th order weapon cultivator was startled. However, before he could investigate what kind of danger was behind him, his vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in a stone forest. "Find a place to hide," Lu Yi ordered before rushing into the 9-spirit array diagram. Time passed by, and after the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yi shook the 9-spirit array diagram, and Lu Ye's figure appeared. There were a few more wounds on his body, but they weren't serious, just flesh wounds. At his feet was the corpse of the 8th order weapon cultivator. Comparatively speaking, this person had many injuries on his body. His clothes were almost dyed red with blood. Even though he had lost all vitality, his eyes were still wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. He had indeed died with his eyes wide open. Against Lu Yi, the 2 were evenly matched at first, but since they were inside the 9-spirit array diagram, Yi could naturally interfere slightly. With her secret cooperation, how could this 8th order weapon cultivator be Lu Ye's opponent? In the end, he was hacked to death by Lu Yi. "Let's go." Lu Yi called out and picked a direction at random. It was almost dawn, and after hunting for an entire night, he had consumed a lot of energy and needed to rest. Half an hour later, in a concealment array, Lu Yi sat cross-legged and swallowed a spirit pill to restore himself. When he returned from Fox Immortal Valley, Lu Yi felt that he had the ability to fight against an 8th order cultivator, but he hadn't had the chance to verify it until just now, when he finally found a lone 8th Order weapon cultivator. After fighting with each other, he confirmed his conjecture. Under normal conditions, he did have the ability to fight against an 8th Order cultivator. Even without Yi's secret help, Lu Yi was confident he could kill the other party. This undoubtedly meant that he now had the ability to kill enemies 3 minor realms above him. Before, he could only fight against enemies 2 minor realms above him at most. The opportunity he obtained in Fox Immortal Valley played a huge part in this change. The baptism bestowed by Heaven's secret sect allowed him, Li Baxian, and the others to greatly increase their strength, and this was only under normal conditions. If he could activate his beast transformation secret technique, his strength would increase greatly. Perhaps he could even fight against a 9th Order cultivator? Lu Yi couldn't be sure about this. Although he had killed a 9th Order cultivator in a one-on-one fight, he had relied on his talent tree to isolate the flames in the battle with Hua Liao Yuan. It could be said that he had exhausted Hua Liao Yuan to death. That was a special case, so he couldn't be sure. However, the activation of the beast transformation secret technique required a long time of preparation and resonance. So far, Lu Yi had only activated it once. In any case, the current him could be said to be a member of the Cloud River realm. He was no longer a weakling who could be bullied by anyone when he first entered the Cloud River battlefield. This was also why he dared to leave the Spirit Land. Anyone who dared to underestimate him because of his cultivation would inevitably pay a heavy price. None of the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators expected Lu Ye's revenge to come so quickly. From the perspective of the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge, he had left the spiritual land and was hiding in the Tai Mang Mountains. Right now, he must be hiding here and there like a stray dog. What they needed to do now was to constantly search for him, find him, and then kill him. However, in just one night, 4 or 5 teams had already disappeared without a trace. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators moved in groups of 3 to 5, which greatly facilitated Lu Ye's hunting operations. When he was in the Spirit Stream realm, he had been hunted down many times like this. However, the current him was no longer a Spirit Stream realm cultivator. When he was in the Spirit Stream realm, he hadn't mastered the concealment and aura concealment spirit inscriptions. It was difficult for him to hide his whereabouts under the large-scale search of the enemy. He could only constantly escape and change his position. Now it was different. With the support of the concealment and aura concealment spirit inscriptions, he could use the means of a ghost cultivator as a weapon cultivator. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators thought he was prey, but in fact, in his opinion, the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were his prey. In one night, the disappearance of 4 or 5 teams didn't attract too much attention. These myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were mostly with their own sect members or friends. They rarely communicated with others, so even if they disappeared, most people wouldn't know. It was the same for 1 night, 2 nights, and 3 nights. The myriad Demon Ridge finally realized that something was wrong. This was especially true for Song Jue. When he was rousing the cultivators of the myriad Demon Ridge at the entrance of Heaven Returning Valley, many of them exchanged battle marks with him. Every night, a batch of battle marks would disappear. This was clearly not the doing of a monster beast, but someone who had done it. In Tai Mang Mountain, other than a large number of myriad Demon Ridge cultivators, there was only Lu Yi. Was that guy so powerful? Song Jue did not quite understand. He recalled Ing Wuji's last words, telling him to be careful of Lu Yi because the other party was very strong. Song Jue suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated Lu Yi all this time. He didn't even know how deep Lu Yi's foundation was. If the disappearance of these myriad Devil Ridge cultivators was caused by Lu Yi, then this person's strength was definitely stronger than he had expected. What annoyed him even more was that he had not been able to find Lu Yi's whereabouts for the past few days. Ever since this guy left Returned Sky Valley through the teleportation array, it was as if he had completely evaporated. However, Song Jue knew that Lu Yi was still in Taimang Mountain. If those myriad Demon Ridge cultivators disappeared because of him, then he would definitely continue to act like this. The fourth night came. Song Jue was prepared this time. He deliberately contacted the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators in advance and asked for their location before waiting quietly. When one of the battlefield brands suddenly disappeared, Song Jue immediately soared into the air and rushed in a certain direction. The others followed closely behind him. However, by the time he arrived with his junior brothers and junior sisters, it was already too late. Several corpses were lying on the ground with blood splattered all over. He carefully examined them and found that the fatal wounds on the bodies of the dead were all saber wounds. Judging from the traces left at the scene, the battle did not last long. Such a 4-person team, all of them 6th or 7th order cultivators, was already a good combination. How could Lu Yi, a 5th order cultivator, kill so many people in such a short time? Or did he have some helpers around him? But Lu Yi left Return Sky Valley alone. How could he have any helpers around him? There were too many things that Song Jue could not find out. The only thing he knew was that Lu Yi was indeed stronger than he thought. Just as Song Jue was pondering, a stream of light passed by not far away. As if discovering them, the stream of light changed direction and landed in front of them, revealing a person's figure. The person nodded slightly to Song Jue. "Brother Song." "Brother Zizai." The person who came was called Ning Zizai, also a 9th order cultivator from a 2nd grade sect in Yu Province. They had met before in Return Sky Valley and had also dealt with Song Jue before, so they were naturally familiar with each other. Chapter 6:24. "Brother Song, is this Lu Yi's doing?" Ning Zizai looked at the corpses on the ground. Song Jue said, "I just arrived, but it looks like it." Ning Zizai asked, "Do you mind if I take a look?" What was there to mind? It was just a few corpses. Song Jue said, "Brother Zizai, help yourself." Ning Zizai squatted down and carefully examined the corpses for a while. He even turned the corpses over and over again. Seeing this, the people behind Song Jue frowned, wondering if this guy had some special fetish. After a long while, Ning Zizai stood up with a thoughtful look on his face. "Brother Zizai, what did you find?" Song Jue asked. Ning Zizai said, "Nothing much, but judging from the injuries, they are no different from the people who died in the past few days. I can be sure that it was done by the same person." "Brother Zizai, have you been examining the corpses for the past few days?" "It's not on purpose. I just happened to come across them, so I took a look." He turned to look at Song Jue. "Brother Song, can you be sure that this was done by Lu Yi?" Song Jue thought, "Who would you ask me?" However, he couldn't say that in front of his junior brothers and junior sisters, so he said, "Lu Yi uses a saber, and these people died from saber wounds. It's basically him." "I remember that Lu Yi is a weapon cultivator." Ning Zizai was full of doubts, but according to my observation, one of the people who died in each group must have died from a sneak attack from behind. This is a bit like a ghost cultivator's method, so I suspect that Lu Yi has some helpers around him. Otherwise, how could he have killed so many people on his own? And that helper must be a powerful ghost cultivator. This happened to coincide with Song Jue's previous doubts. For a moment, both of them felt that Lu Yi must have some helpers around him. In fact, Lu Yi did have helpers around him, but it wasn't like the two of them thought. His helpers were only Hupa and Yi. Song Jue and Ning Zizai chatted casually for a while more before they went their separate ways. They agreed to exchange information if they found anything. As for whether they would exchange information or not, only each of them knew. 4 9th order cultivators like them. If they really found Lu Yi, they would definitely kill him immediately. Why would they exchange information with others? After the 5th night, the Myriad Demon Ridge side lost another 2 teams. At the same time, Lu Yi also discovered a problem. There were fewer and fewer targets for him to attack. Lu Yi had killed a lone 8th Order cultivator before, so if there were other lone 8th Order cultivators, with the 9 spirit array in Yi's hands and her secret help, Lu Yi could easily kill them. However, if this 8th Order cultivator had a companion, Lu Yi could only temporarily avoid them. If he could not guarantee that he could escape unscathed, he would definitely not act rashly. Only when he was sure that he had the ability to kill all the enemies in his sight would he launch a sneak attack from the shadows. Currently, the various teams scattered in the depths of Tai Mang Mountains were led by 8th Order and even 9th Order masters, so Lu Yi naturally couldn't touch such a group. As a result, after a few nights of hunting, there were fewer and fewer targets for him to choose from. Moreover, as the number of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators increased, the surviving Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators became even more vigilant and united. In the first few nights, Lu Yi didn't encounter many teams. The smallest had 2 people, and the largest had 3 or 4 people. He didn't encounter any teams of 5 people. There were even some teams that thought they were acting alone. However, many of the teams he encountered last night had merged into groups of 2 or 3, and the number of people had expanded to 7 to a dozen. Even if there was no 8th Order or 9th Order cultivator in such a team, Lu Yi didn't dare to provoke them. With his current strength, it wasn't too risky to deal with teams with less than 5 people and no 8th Order cultivators, but it was impossible to go beyond this range. Therefore, after a night of hunting, only 2 teams of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators died at his hands, a total of 7 people. Compared to the number of people on the first day, it could be said that the disparity was huge. After a few days of hunting, Lu Yi could finally vent the frustration in his heart. Although he wanted to kill Song Jue and the others, he knew that it was unrealistic. It was time to leave Tai Mang Mountains. Now that his cultivation wasn't enough, he couldn't always hide here with the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. A cultivator's cultivation was still mainly focused on improving their cultivation. Although the location of returning Spirit Land had been exposed, he had left many spirit arrays and Heaven's Fate pillars in the Spirit Land. If they encountered any unstoppable danger, 4th Senior Brother and the others could use the Heaven's Fate pillars to escape back to the 9 states. Their safety was very guaranteed. Moreover, with the words he left behind before leaving returning Spirit Land, before he died, which Myriad Devil Ridge cultivator would dare to attack returning Spirit Land? If they attacked today, Lu Yi would return to the Spirit Stream battlefield tomorrow and destroy their sex station. It wasn't that he hadn't done this before. It was precisely because he had done it once that he had such a strong deterrent. The sky was about to brighten. Lu Yi raised his hand and tapped on the battlefield mark, sending a message to Li Baxian. Senior Brother, I'm preparing to leave Tai Mang Mountains. He had also sent messages to Li Baxian these days, but they didn't talk too much, just simply reporting that he was safe. Li Baxian heaved a long sigh of relief after checking Lu Ye's information in returning Spirit Land. Although Lu Yi hadn't said much to him these days, he knew that since Lu Yi had stayed in Tai Mang Mountains, he must be taking revenge on the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Now that he heard that he was leaving Tai Mang Mountains, he was finally relieved. This undoubtedly meant that his junior brother would no longer fight a battle of wits and courage with those Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Although Lu Yi would definitely be noticed by the Myriad Devil Ridge camp after leaving Tai Mang Mountains, the situation wouldn't be worse than now. To him, Lu Ye's decision to leave Tai Mang Mountains was undoubtedly a good thing. Be careful. If you're in trouble, think of Yi. Seeing his senior brother's reply, Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother's words clearly meant that he shouldn't be impulsive. If he died, Yi would definitely disappear. After ending the message with Li Baxian, Lu Yi sent a message to Giant Armor, telling him to cultivate well in the Spirit Land and not to run around casually. Before he made any decisions, he should discuss with 4th Senior Brother or ask him through a message. Giant Armor's reply was simple and clear. There was only one word: okay. The sky was bright, But this didn't affect Lu Yi much. He could cast concealment and aura-concealing spirit runes on himself at any time. Therefore, as long as he was careful enough, he wouldn't be discovered by anyone. Stepping on the road ahead, Lu Yi was filled with helplessness. He was going to be all alone again. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been in this state of being alone most of the time. There was only a period of time in the middle when he moved with giant armor, but it didn't last long. After obtaining the grade A spring spirit, he placed it in the depths of Tai Mang Mountains. With fourth senior brother and Feng Yuechan as his companions, he thought that these days would last until he advanced to the true lake stage. However, there were many things that didn't go his way. It had only been a few months, but he had to set off alone again. Thinking back to the short period of time in the spirit land, although everyone usually cultivated separately and didn't interact much, that feeling was different. There was someone by his side. No matter what happened, he had someone to discuss and borrow strength from. Moreover, that person was one of the few people closest to him in this world. Fortunately, although he was always alone, he was never lonely, because Hupa and Yi were always by his side. Today, Lu Yi was extremely glad that he was able to meet Hupai and Yi. He was even more glad that he brought the two of them out of Blue Cloud Mountain. Only then could he have two companions who would never leave him, grow up with him, and experience all kinds of hardships together. Lu Ye's sudden disappearance made masters like Song Zhu and Ning Zizai feel that something was wrong. A few days ago, some people went missing every night in Myriad Demon Ridge. But in the past 2 or 3 days, no one had encountered any more vicious attacks. All signs indicated that Lu Yi seemed to have left. How could the Ninth Order Masters who had been looking for Lu Yi without any results be willing to accept this? But what could they do even if they were unwilling? They still couldn't find Lu Ye's whereabouts. Even though they had great strength, they couldn't use it. At this time, Lu Yi had already arrived at the periphery of Tai Mang Mountains. It hadn't been easy to travel these past few days, mainly because the further he went, the more Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators he encountered. When the news of Lu Yi and returning Heaven Valley's spirit land spread out, too many cultivators rushed over, but some of them weren't strong enough and couldn't go too deep. Moreover, the number of such cultivators was the highest. As a result, the figures of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators could be seen everywhere in the periphery of Tai Mang Mountains, and all of them were below the 6th Order. Lu Yi didn't go and cause more trouble. Since he had made up his mind to leave Tai Mang Mountains, he naturally wouldn't expose his whereabouts. As long as he left Tai Mang Mountains, he would be able to fly freely in the vast Cloud River battlefield. As long as he wore a mask and hid the amber, no one would be able to find his whereabouts. In the future, when his cultivation reached the 8th Order or 9th Order, he would be able to run amok with his foundation. At that time, if anyone dared to provoke him, he would step on their heads a few times, even if it was shit. As he moved forward, Yi's figure suddenly appeared nearby. Lu Ye's concealment and aura concealment spirit inscriptions had played a role in the past few days, but the biggest reason was Yi. With her scouting ahead, she would be able to detect any movement at the first moment, allowing Lu Yi to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Lu Yi, there's a cave over there. In the past few days, Yi had been responsible for scouting ahead and finding a place to rest. She had deliberately come back to tell Lu Yi this, which undoubtedly meant that the cave was very suitable for resting. Well done, Lu Yi praised. Let's go take a look. Yi's face was brimming with a smile, and she had a complacent expression. Her lithe body fluttered as she led the way forward. After walking a few kilometers, they found a cave. The location was very hidden, and there were weeds as tall as a person growing at the entrance. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Chapter 6:25. Walking into the cave and going deeper, Lu Yi gradually noticed that something wasn't quite right. Originally, he thought that this was just a hidden cave that could be used to rest. However, this cave was too deep. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and walked to the side to observe for a while. The rock walls on both sides of the passage had traces of mining, and judging from these traces, it was obvious that they had been here for quite some time. How was this a cave? This was clearly a mine. Lu Yi had been a slave miner in Evil Moon Valley and had been in and out of the mine for many years. So whether this was a mine or not couldn't be hidden from his eyes. Perhaps many years ago, this place contained some valuable minerals, which were then mined away by cultivators. Thus, the mining tunnels left behind by the mining of minerals were left behind. There were many such places in the Cloud River battlefield and even the Spirit Stream battlefield, so it wasn't unusual. Lu Yi didn't have any thoughts about this place. This mine had existed for a long time, and even if there were any valuable minerals in the past, they would have been mined clean long ago. So how could he have a chance? Continuing to go deeper, a few kilometers later, a huge mine suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a very spacious space, a little larger than the space occupied by the Heavenly Spirit Land. Calculating the location, this place was already deep inside the mountain. The minerals that once contained here must be of great value. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been emptied out like this. The mine was pitch black, but it didn't prevent Lu Yi from looking around. Looking around the hollowed-out mine, a vague idea suddenly emerged in his mind, and as his thoughts churned, this idea became clearer and clearer. Lu Yi, are we going to rest here tonight? Yi had already walked around the mine and didn't find anything dangerous, but there were some traces left behind by people. It seemed that someone had discovered this place before and rested here. Although the entrance to this mine was hidden, someone could still find it. No. Lu Yi shook his head. Let's go and give Myriad Demon Ridge a big gift. Originally, Lu Yi had been hunting for several nights in the depths of Tai Mang Mountain, killing a lot of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators, some of whom were even 8th Order cultivators. But now, Lu Yi didn't have any other ideas, mainly because he wasn't strong enough. Even if he wanted to, it was useless. So, he decided to leave Tai Mang Mountain. But after seeing this mine, a plan uncontrollably emerged in his mind. If this plan could be implemented, it would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to those Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who had been searching for him. This was especially true for a 9th Order cultivator like Song Jue. Lu Yi might not be his opponent in a head-on confrontation, but if he planned properly, he might have a chance to kill him. Just as Lu Yi had thought before, in a place like the Cloudy River battlefield, one had to take revenge as soon as possible. It was best if it was done within the night. Otherwise, if one missed this opportunity, one might not have another chance to take revenge in the future. He turned around and walked out with light steps. Although Yi didn't know what Lu Yi wanted to do, she could tell from his expression that he was up to no good, so she didn't ask and followed him closely. Lu Ye's preparations took a day. On this day, the cultivators of Myriad Devil Ridge were still searching for him in Tai Mang Mountain, but they found nothing. Somewhere in Tai Mang Mountain, several of Song Jue's fellow disciples were resting, while Song Jue was communicating with some cultivators, asking about the situation on their side. After a while, Song Jue sighed. It had been 3 days. In these 3 days, except for a few unlucky cultivators who encountered powerful monster beasts and were killed, the Myriad Devil Ridge side didn't suffer any major losses. All signs indicated that Lu Yi had indeed left Tai Mang Mountain. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Lu Yi had taken the initiative to leave the Spirit Land before, giving them a chance to hunt him down, but they were useless. There were millions of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, but they still hadn't seen Lu Ye's shadow. Although he didn't want to admit it, Song Jue knew that this operation was a complete failure. The huge bounty that should have been at his fingertips had flown away under his nose. Now that Lu Yi had left Tai Mang Mountain, he would definitely be more cautious in the future, and it would be difficult to find him again. Just as he was thinking this, a junior apprentice brother not far away suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand to touch his battlefield imprint. This was a message. The junior apprentice brother checked for a while, and then his expression changed. He looked up at Song Jue and said, Senior apprentice brother, I found Lu Yi's whereabouts. Song Jue had already given up looking for Lu Yi, but when he suddenly heard this, he suddenly felt like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. He quickly asked, "Where is he?" "At the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain, and he seems to be injured." "His injuries are not light." "The periphery of Tai Mang Mountain," Song Jue murmured. It was right. In these 3 days, the myriad Devil Ridge side didn't suffer any more losses. From this, it could be seen that Lu Yi had already left the vicinity 3 days ago, and this time was just right for him to arrive at the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain. "Let's talk as we go." Song Jue called out, immediately took out his flying spirit weapon, and soared into the sky. He had something he didn't understand. These days, many of them had been searching for Lu Yi's traces, but they had found nothing. How could his whereabouts be exposed at the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain? While rushing towards the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain, Song Jue asked about the specific situation. Only then did he learn that it was a coincidence that Lu Yi's whereabouts were exposed. At that time, he was hiding in a hidden cave to rest. As a result, a team of myriad Devil Ridge cultivators happened to be going to the cave to rest and reorganize. As a result, the two sides bumped into each other. After recognizing Lu Yi's appearance, the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were overjoyed and immediately fought with Lu Yi. As a result, Lu Yi ran away. "Wait." Song Jue raised his hand with a suspicious look on his face. "Lu Yi ran away? Those cultivators didn't die." "Two died, but Lu Yi seemed to be seriously injured and didn't want to continue fighting, so he ran away in a hurry." Lu Yi could even kill a team of 6th or 7th order cultivators before. Now, the cultivators on the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain were mixed in strength, but he couldn't kill them all. From this, it could be seen that his injuries were not light. Perhaps it was because he was seriously injured that he decided to leave Tai Mang Mountain. As a result, no one from Myriad Devil Ridge had been killed in the past 3 days. Song Jue didn't think too deeply about why Lu Yi was seriously injured. After all, Lu Yi had killed so many people before, so it was normal for him to be injured. There were so many Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators on the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were 10 times more cultivators than there were in the depths of Tai Mang Mountain. If Lu Yi had been hiding quietly, it wouldn't be a big deal, but once his figure was exposed, it wouldn't be so easy to hide again. After encountering the Myriad Devil Ridge team, he killed 2 people and escaped. After that, he encountered several more teams, one after another. After fighting with each other, he disappeared. Disappeared? How did he disappear? Song Jue was stunned. "I don't know. The person who sent the message didn't have much information. But what is certain is that Lu Yi didn't leave that area. Now, many people have gathered in that position looking for him. Faster!" Song Jue ordered. The speed of the few people increased a lot, rushing towards the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain. Since they had already received the news, the other Myriad Devil Ridge experts would probably get the news sooner or later. When the time came, the cultivators searching for Lu Yi in the depths of Tai Mang Mountain would definitely gather in the periphery. At this time, if they were slow, they might not even be able to eat hot shit. Just as Song Jue expected, at this moment, there were teams setting off from the depths of Tai Mang Mountain, rushing towards the periphery. In the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain, where Lu Yi had recently appeared, there were traces of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators everywhere within a radius of dozens of miles. All of them were searching for Lu Yi's whereabouts. Originally, because their cultivation was insufficient, they couldn't go deep into Tai Mang Mountain. The matter of killing Lu Yi had nothing to do with them. But now that Lu Yi had run to the periphery and exposed his whereabouts, the opportunity had come. Lu Yi was heavily injured, and no one knew where he was hiding. In this situation, whoever could find him first would become rich overnight. The desire for the huge reward made many Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators excited. They spared no effort in searching, but even so, they still couldn't find any trace of him. That was until a small team of 5 appeared. Ghost Shadow was incomparably resistant to searching for Lu Yi's whereabouts. It wasn't that he wasn't greedy for the huge reward, but he always felt that he couldn't make an enemy of Lu Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good ending. Not counting the secret confrontation on the Spirit Stream list, Ghost Shadow and Lu Yi had actually met face to face twice. However, the 2 experiences had left a deep impression on him. Every time, the massive, burning sacred beasts of the 4 symbols would appear, and every time, many experts of the Myriad Devil Ridge would perish. The first time was outside the Myriad Poison Forest on the Spirit Stream battlefield, and the second time was in the Cloud River battlefield's hunting ground. Ghost Shadow's talent wasn't ordinary, and he had been ranked 9th on the Spirit Stream list. However, compared to his talent, his intuition was his greatest trump card. His intuition had nothing to do with the strength of his mind. It was more like an innate ability that allowed him to have a strong premonition before danger arrived. By relying on this intuition, Ghost Shadow had avoided many fatal dangers. Take this time as an example. While searching for Lu Yi, his heart was pounding wildly, and he couldn't calm down for a moment. It was as if something very dangerous was about to happen. Although he didn't want to participate in this matter, he couldn't resist the persuasion of his senior brother and his fellow disciples. With no other choice, he could only act with them. If they really encountered any danger with him around, they could at least avoid some of the risks. That was what he thought. Now he was already a 3rd-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. This cultivation speed wasn't slow, but compared to Lu Yi, it was still far behind. Senior Brother Qin, why are we always circling around here? A female cultivator in the team suddenly asked. This female cultivator was beautiful and had an extremely slim figure. His fellow disciples seemed to be interested in this senior sister, who, but Ghost Shadow wasn't. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my saber. How can the joy of working hard to cultivate compare to trying to please women? Chapter 6:26. Senior Brother Qin, the leader of the 5-man team, looked around and said, I remember there was an abandoned mine nearby. Strange, why can't I find it? Senior Marshal Sister, who said, Did you remember wrongly? Senior Marshal Brother Qin said, No, when your Senior Marshal Brother Xia was still in the Cloudy River battlefield, he brought me here once. I remember it clearly, it was nearby. The Senior Marshal Brother Xia he mentioned had some impression of him. His cultivation was much higher than theirs. He had already reached the True Lake stage and left the Cloudy River battlefield. As Senior Marshal Brother Qin spoke, he led the others down and looked around in confusion. Finally, his gaze landed on a spot. He walked forward and pushed aside the tall grass. Then he gently pressed his hand against the stone wall in front of him. A strange scene appeared. His hand was clearly pressed against the stone wall, but it seemed to have pressed against empty space. When the stone wall rippled, half of his hand was swallowed up. It's really here. This is a concealment array. Senior Marshal Sister, who also saw some clues. In such a place, there was actually a concealment array. This undoubtedly meant that there was something wrong. Moreover, this was the last place Lu Yi appeared. An uncontrollable thought suddenly popped up in the minds of the two. The two looked at each other and were shocked. Lu Yi was inside. The concealment array at the entrance of the cave was set up by Lu Yi. Immediately excited, Senior Marshal Sister who whispered, Senior Marshal Brother Qin, what do we do? Although they had been looking for Lu Yi, there were so many cultivators looking for Lu Yi. They didn't think that they could be faster than the others. But luck was hard to explain. They were actually the first to find Lu Yi. Although they didn't see Lu Yi, there was a concealment array at the entrance of the mine. Anyone could see some clues. Lu Yi was now seriously injured and urgently needed to find a hidden and safe place to recuperate. They didn't know how he found this place, hid in it, and then set up a concealment array to block the entrance of the mine. If Senior Marshal Brother Qin hadn't been here before and had some impression of this mine, he wouldn't have found it. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Senior Marshal Brother Chin waved his hand and said, "Let's go!" With that, he took the lead and walked towards the stone wall in front of him. As the ripples spread, he disappeared. Senior Marshal's sister, who followed closely behind, and the other three also entered. After entering the mine, the light inside was dim. Under Senior Marshal Brother Chin's lead, they carefully walked forward. After walking less than 300 feet, Senior Marshal Brother Chin, who was at the back of the group, and his heart beat violently as if there was great danger ahead, he hurriedly called out, "Marshal Brother Chin." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely abrupt in this quiet environment. The few of them were already very careful, not even daring to breathe loudly. At this moment, they were all startled by Ghost Shadow's cry. Just as Senior Brother Chin was about to turn around, a flame suddenly appeared in his field of vision, followed by a violent fluctuation of spiritual power. As he shouted, he quickly retreated, but he was still sent flying by the shockwave, and the group of people behind him rolled into a ball. Cough, cough, cough! In the midst of the dust, the group got up in a sorry state. They saw stars, and their eardrums were buzzing. After a while, they slowly recovered. "Marshal Brother Chin, are you all right?" Senior Marshal's sister, who asked anxiously. "Cough, cough, I'm fine." Marshal Brother Chin clutched his chest. His palm was covered in blood. He was secretly glad that Senior Marshal Brother Chin had called out to him. Otherwise, he would have died. It was because of Senior Marshal Brother Chin's shout that he instinctively stopped and avoided a disaster. Although he was injured, it wasn't a big deal. "It's an explosion array." Marshal Brother Chin immediately judged. "Get out." He was sure that Louis Ye was hiding here. Whether it was the concealment array at the entrance or the explosion array in the mine, they were all set up by him. If there was one explosion array, there would be a second one. Now that he had suffered a loss, Marshal Brother Chin didn't dare to advance rashly. The group retreated from the mine in a sorry state. But just as they retreated, several figures landed in front of them. Many streams of light were rushing over from all directions. When the explosion array exploded, it caused quite a commotion and attracted a large number of myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who were searching nearby. In just a short while, more than 20 people had gathered here. Marshal Brother Chin sighed. Originally, they were the first to discover Louis Ye's whereabouts and had the opportunity to monopolize everything. But now that the explosion array had been set up in the narrow mine, they had no choice but to retreat. It was foreseeable that the news would soon spread. At that time, more and more cultivators would gather here. Someone came forward to talk to Marshal Brother Chin and asked him what had happened just now. Although Marshal Brother Chin didn't want to say it, he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. He could only tell them his guess and the information he had at hand. A moment later, the news that Louis Ye was hiding in a mine on the periphery of Great Mang Mountain spread quickly. A large number of cultivators gathered in this location. The cultivators who came at first weren't very strong. They were all below the 6th Order. But as time passed, 7th Order and 8th Order cultivators gradually appeared. After half a day, the first 9th Order Master appeared in front of the mine. Song Jue and the others didn't come too late. When they received the news, they immediately rushed over, disregarding the consumption of their spirit chi. But when they arrived, they saw that there were cultivators everywhere. There were at least 800 cultivators gathered here, if not 1,000, and the number was still increasing. What made him feel strange was that although there were many cultivators gathered here, they didn't seem to be moving. They were just waiting. There was a faint smell of blood, as if someone was injured. Song Jue saw a few familiar faces and flew straight in the direction of one of them. He landed in front of that person and cupped his fists. Brother Zizai. This person was Ning Zizai, who had met Song Jue in the depths of Great Mang Mountain before. Brother Song is also here. Ning Zizai returned greeting. What's the situation now? Song Jue asked. Ning Zizai said, we can basically confirm that Louis is hiding inside, but we can't force our way in. Why? Song Jue was puzzled, since they were sure that Lu Ye was hiding inside. Even if so many myriad demons rage, cultivators rushed in, Lu Ye would undoubtedly die. Inside there is a mine tunnel that winds for several miles. It connects to a hollowed-out mine. Lu Ye left a large number of explosive Dharma formations in that mine tunnel. Some people have already tried to rush in, but they either died or were injured. Even that person over there did not succeed. Ning Zizai pointed in a direction as he spoke. Song Jue turned his head and saw a man sitting cross-legged on the ground. This man's physique was extremely strong. Even if he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, he was only shorter than the nearby cultivators by a head. One could imagine how tall he would be if he stood up. With such a physique, there was no doubt that he was a physique cultivator, and he was definitely an extremely powerful one. However, this physique cultivator was covered in blood, and his face was slightly pale. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Wei Zhong! Song Jue's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if he was a cultivator from the first-grade sect, Abyss Rainbow Hall, he did not dare to underestimate this guy named Wei Zhong. Song Jue had some understanding of this person's strength. In a one-on-one fight, he was not confident that he could defeat him. Moreover, he was a physique cultivator, so his physique was incomparably strong. If he was still in such a state after forcing his way into the mine tunnel, the others would definitely end up worse. That narrow space undoubtedly increased the power of the explosion array. Otherwise, it would not have injured a ninth-order physique cultivator like this. Many people had tried to enter the mine tunnel before, but there were casualties every time. After this physique cultivator, named Wei Zhong, was forced to retreat, no one dared to try again. So now, all the myriad demons Ridge cultivators were waiting here. We can't continue like this. Song Jue frowned. Isn't Yenshur here? We can let Yenshur use her creations to explore the path, trigger the array, and clear the obstacles. We've tried, but it's useless. Ning Zizai shook his head. Lu Ye's array is controlled, not triggered. If that was the case, then Yenshur's creations would not be of much use and might even mislead the cultivators. Imagine the cultivators would think that the creator's creations were safe enough, but when they stepped into the mine, the explosion array would suddenly trigger, causing another batch of deaths and injuries. The current situation was really a bit awkward. Lu Ye was seriously injured and was blocked by many myriad demons Ridge cultivators in the mine tunnel. But because of the various arrays he had set up in advance, no one dared to enter at will. They could only be in a stalemate with him, although there was no need to worry about Lu Ye escaping. Delaying like this was not a solution. The longer they delayed, the more the other party's injuries would heal. At that time, it would not be so easy to kill him. As if reading Song Jue's thoughts, Ning Zizai said, "Brother Song, don't worry, someone is already on the way." Who? I wonder if Brother Song has heard of the name Si Nan. Song Jue raised his brow. Si Nan of Cloud Gem Sect? Ning Zizai chuckled. It seems that Brother Song has also heard of him. Song Jue nodded. I've long heard that this generation of Cloud Gem Sect has a genius, but I've never had the chance to meet him. It turns out that he's also nearby. If he comes, he may be able to compete with Lu Gia in the Array Dao. Cloud Gem Sect was a 4th-grade sect. However, although there was only a 1-grade difference between 4th grade and 3rd grade, the difference was like heaven and earth. 3rd-grade sects had great cultivators in the Divine Sea Realm, but 4th-grade sects did not. The structure of the cultivation world of the 9 regions and the way of recruiting disciples often led to a phenomenon. That was, the stronger the cultivator, the higher the aptitude of the disciples recruited by the more powerful sections. Therefore, for any sect, it was not a simple matter to raise the level of the sect. Chapter 6:27. This was the way of the world. Often, many 4th-grade sects worked hard for more than 10 generations and still might not have a chance to advance to the 3rd grade. The cultivation below the true lake realm was all about the continuous improvement of one's cultivation. As long as one had enough aptitude and resources, it was not too difficult. However, advancing from the true lake realm to the spirit sea realm was a huge hurdle because it involved the transformation of one's divine soul. There were many spirit sea realm cultivators in Jiuzhou, but they were all accumulated from generation to generation. It was often as difficult as ascending to heaven for a sect below the 3rd grade to have a spirit sea realm cultivator. However, there were exceptions. There were countless sects in Jiuzhou, and every 3 years, there would be a spirit sea realm cultivator advancing from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade. Every time this happened, it meant that a spirit sea realm cultivator was born in a 4th grade sect. In recent years, the Yunlang sect was the most promising sect to be promoted to the 3rd grade because there was a genius named Si Nan in the sect. He was a Dharma cultivator, but he also cultivated formation Taoism. Moreover, he was very talented in formation Taoism. Some cultivators of the Demon's Ridge once compared him with Lu Yi. They all agreed that among this generation of cultivators, he was the only one who could compete with Lu Yi in formation Taoism. This evaluation naturally fell into Si Nan's ears, but he was dismissive of it. The cultivators of the Demon's Ridge had already placed him in a weak position. What he wanted was not to compete with them, but to surpass them. He was not originally nearby, but had rushed over from a very far place. As early as when the news of Lu Ye's spiritual land was leaked, he had already set off, but the journey was too far, so he had not arrived yet. Now the timing was just right. Lu Yi was trapped in the mind tunnel and needed a powerful formation cultivator to break the formation he had set up. It could be said that he was now carrying all the hope of the Demon's Ridge. This was also one of the reasons why many cultivators of the Demon's Ridge were willing to wait here patiently. Hearing that Si Nan was on the way, Song Jue was relieved and asked, "Who was the first to find out about this?" Ning Zizai pointed his finger. "A few people over there, but they don't know much." Song Jue looked in the direction and saw that there were indeed a few cultivators with low cultivation. One of them seemed to be slightly injured. He immediately nodded and flew over. Senior Brother Qin was very helpless. Ever since more and more myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators rushed here, people kept coming to ask him all kinds of details, such as how they found this mine, how they were sure that Lu Yi was hiding inside. After dealing with wave after wave, there was no end to it. Unfortunately, his cultivation was not high, and he did not dare to offend others, so he could only patiently tell them all the information he knew. At the same time, in the depths of the mine, Lu Yi was refining array flags while keeping an eye on the movements of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators outside. He was wearing a blood-stained robe. At first glance, he did look like he was seriously injured. However, this was only on the surface. His serious injuries were only a trick he used to confuse the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge. The blood on his clothes was indeed his, but it was left behind after his battle with the Fire Prairie. So far, the plan had been going smoothly. Due to his serious injuries, he was unable to hide and was inadvertently discovered by a group of cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge. He was forced to hide in this mine to recuperate. Then, someone inadvertently discovered traces of a formation here, and his whereabouts were confirmed. Many cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge surrounded this place. He was now cornered and could only wait for death. "Lu Yi, there are so many people outside." Yi, who had quietly returned from scouting, reported the situation to him. "And there are more and more." "It's good to have more people," Lu Yi responded casually, his hands continuing to refine array flags. If he wanted to carry out his plan this time, enough array flags were essential. He asked again, "How many Ninth Order cultivators are there?" "5 are here. I saw that guy called Song Jue." "That's about it." Lu Yi nodded slightly. Yi, who was sitting next to him, asked in confusion, "Lu Yi, since you want to lure them in, why did you set up so many spirit arrays in the mine? Aren't you afraid of scaring them away?" "How could I possibly scare them away?" Lu Yi laughed. He was now like a ball of honey exuding a charming fragrance, and the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were like ants that had come searching for the fragrance. No matter how many spirit arrays were set up in the mine, it was impossible to scare them away. The myriad Devil Ridge cultivators would only find ways to rush in. I still think I should have set up fewer spirit arrays. Look, they don't even dare to come in now, Lu Yi said. Although the myriad Devil Ridge doesn't know how high my attainments in the spirit array Tao are, they have a rough estimate. If I appear too weak, it will definitely arouse their suspicions. The current situation is just right. Lu Yi wanted to instill in the myriad Devil Ridge with the understanding that he was seriously injured and was relying on the geographical advantage to resist. Only then could he dispel the doubts of some smart people. Besides, I have already held back. Who knew that they would be so useless? Lu Yi cursed in his heart. This was not boasting. Lu Yi had indeed held back when he set up the spirit arrays, mainly because he was afraid that the power of the spirit arrays would erupt too violently and cause the mine to collapse. Now he had left many explosive spirit arrays in the mine, and although the power they released was fierce, it was not enough to cause the mine to collapse. Of course, the surrounding rock walls would definitely become loose as a result. This was also part of his plan to make it easier to pull in the net when the time came. I'll continue to keep an eye on them, Yi said before burrowing into the ground again and flying out. The convenience of having a spirit body was beyond imagination, and Yi rarely appeared in front of outsiders. The world only knew that Lu Yi had a snow-white little beast with him. But few people knew that in addition to Hupa, there was also Yi. Time passed by, and about half a day later, Yi suddenly sent a message saying that a very powerful array cultivator had come from Myriad Devil Ridge. Even Song Jue and the other Ninth Order cultivators were very enthusiastic about this array cultivator and had now entered the mine to begin cracking the spirit arrays left behind by Lu Yi. It was not that no array cultivators had tried to crack the spirit arrays laid down by Lu Yi before, but those array cultivators' attainments in the spirit array Tao were not high. They failed to crack the spirit arrays and instead suffered some casualties, which led to no array cultivators daring to act rashly. Now a new array cultivator that Song Jue and the others were so enthusiastic about had suddenly appeared. Obviously, his background was extraordinary, and Song Jue and the others had high hopes for him. Sure enough, this array cultivator's attainments in the spirit array Tao were far beyond those of the previous array cultivators, and he easily cracked the explosion spirit arrays. When this news came, Lu Yi could not help but be surprised. Although he had held back when he set up the spirit arrays, he did not expect that there would be an array cultivator at the Cloud River realm who could crack his spirit arrays. He originally thought that Myriad Devil Ridge would eventually have no choice but to force their way into the mine. As long as some 8th or 9th Order cultivators walked in front with enough protection, they would be able to push forward bit by bit, destroy his spirit arrays completely, and finally kill their way into the mine. But he did not expect that such a person would appear in Myriad Devil Ridge. Sure enough, plans could not keep up with changes. But the impact was not big. When the news that Xi Nan only spent a dozen breaths to dismantle an explosion array spread out, the cultivators of the Myriad Demon's Ridge, who were waiting outside the mine, exclaimed and praised him. Song Jue and the other 9th Order cultivators also finally relaxed. Sure enough, a person with a great reputation lived up to his name. Although Xi Nan came from a 4th grade sect, his reputation on the Cloud River battlefield was higher than many cultivators from 1st or 2nd grade sects. Before, they were worried about whether Xi Nan's attainments in the spirit array Tao were enough. But now that there was a successful precedent, their worries were relieved. At this speed, we should be able to kill our way into the mine in less than 2 days. Everyone, what do you think of Brother Xi Nan's previous proposal? Song Jue asked. He was surrounded by several 9th Order cultivators, including Ning Zizai and Wei Zhong. When Xi Nan came over, he chatted with them for a while. Not only did they get to know each other, but they also made a request. He was responsible for cracking the spirit arrays, but he wanted to take 40% of the reward for killing Lu Yi. He did not ask Song Jue and the others to give an answer immediately because it was unrealistic to expect anything before he showed his abilities. Now that he had shown his abilities, Song Jue and the others had to consider his previous proposal. Ning Zizai said, "I have no objection." He put in a lot of effort, so it's natural for him to take the lion's share. Even without Sinan, the 10,000 Demons Ridge could still force their way in, but there would be a lot of losses. Moreover, the deployment of manpower would be a big problem. Who would rush to the front? Even a ninth order body cultivator like Wei Zhong would be injured if he rushed to the front. The mine tunnel was winding for several miles, so who knew how many explosive arrays Lu Yi had left in it? What about you? Wei Zhong frowned. 40% is a bit too much. Someone else nodded. 40% is indeed a bit too much. 20% is acceptable. Song Jue sighed and said, "You don't seem to understand the main point. Nan wants 40%, which is indeed a bit much. But do you think that if this matter succeeds, does it make a difference to us whether he wants 40% or 20%? What does Brother Song mean?" Ning Zizai looked at him. Song Jue said, "There are almost 2,000, 10,000 demons, ridge, cultivators gathered here. After killing Lu Yi, except for the portion that Nan takes, how are we going to divide the rest? Are we going to divide it equally? This is bound to arouse public anger. When the time comes, all the cultivators who participated in this matter will share the rest of the reward. In fact, there isn't much left for us. Instead, Nan wants 40%, so what if we give him 40%? I still say the same thing. Compared to the reward on Lu Yi's back, the life and death of this person is more important." Outside returning Heaven Valley, Song Jue had instigated many 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators to share the reward with everyone just to eliminate Lu Yi. But at that time he had other plans. He wanted to cooperate with Ingwu Ji to take down Lu Yi. Now that Ingwu Ji was gone, no one would cooperate with him, so there was no need to think about the reward anymore. In that case, he could only take a step back and prioritize killing Lu Yi. As for the rest, it was not important. Chapter 6:28. After listening to Song Jue's words, several Ninth Order cultivators understood what he meant. Ning Zizai nodded. Brother Song is right. There are too many fellow Taoists here this time. Whether Nan takes 40% or 20%, it really doesn't affect us much. In that case, let's do as he says. What do you think? Now they had no objection. They didn't think of this before. Now that the situation was pointed out by Song Jue, they suddenly felt a little bored. Originally, killing Lu Yi was both a matter of fame and profit. But in the current situation, even if they killed Lu Yi in the end, the only thing that the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge would remember would be Nan's reputation for breaking the formation. All the benefits would go to this guy. He cursed in his heart. Lu Yi knows that he has no chance to live. So why did he still arrange so many spirit arrays in the mine tunnel? If you have no objection, I will send someone to inform Nan. Song Jue motioned to a junior brother next to him as he spoke. The junior brother understood and immediately rushed in the direction of the mine tunnel. After entering, he saw Nan waiting quietly and didn't continue to break the spirit arrays. So he informed the Ninth Order cultivators of their decision. Nan smiled, "I know. Please tell these fellow Taoists that I will break all the spirit arrays here within a day, and Lu Yi will have nowhere to hide." With the promise of several Ninth Order cultivators, Nan was full of energy and continued to break the spirit arrays. In only half an hour, Nan had penetrated hundreds of meters into the mine tunnel alone and broken more than a dozen spirit arrays. This was a position that no Myriad Demons Ridge cultivator had ever penetrated before. Inside the mine tunnel, Nan kept breaking the spirit arrays. Outside the mine tunnel, many Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators were looking forward to it. Some of them were more impatient and had been following Nan, but they didn't dare to get too close. They kept a distance of about 10 meters to observe. They might not be able to see anything, but as they continued to spread the news, the progress of breaking the spirit arrays was also known to the cultivators waiting outside, causing bursts of cheers and exclamations from time to time. Song Jue and the others were still gathered together. The exclamations and cheers coming from time to time made them feel quite uncomfortable. Those voices should have belonged to them, but Si Nan had stolen the limelight. Their resentment toward Lu Yi grew stronger. At this rate, we can indeed break through all the formations within a day. Amazing! Song Jue could not help but praise. The other Ninth Order Masters did not comment. Song Jue laughed. All right, everyone, it's hard for our 10,000 Demons Ridge to produce a talent that can match up to Luia. We should be happy. After tomorrow, there will be no more Luia in this world, and we can peacefully advance to the true lake stage. The Cloudy River battlefield will also return to its original state and will no longer be stirred up by one person. Ning Zizai smiled. Brother Song is still the one who thinks things through. Song Jue said, some things can't be changed and can only be accepted, isn't that so? In the mine, Si Nan was breaking the array. In the mine, Lu Yi was setting up the array. From time to time, he would check the information sent by Yi, keeping track of the progress of the array cultivator who had suddenly arrived. Ning Zizai had to admit that this array cultivator who had suddenly appeared was really good in the Tao of arrays. He was almost at 70 to 80% of Ning Zizai's level. A large part of his attainments in the Tao of arrays came from the gift of the 100 Array Tower. The other reason was that he was a spirit tattoo master, so he had a natural advantage in the Tao of arrays. Lu Yi, on the other hand, had cultivated painstakingly, so it was not easy to compare. Time passed by, and as the spirit arrays in the mine continued to be broken, Si Nan's position became deeper and deeper. The 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators waiting outside also began to rub their palms together. So far, although they could conclude that Lu Yi was hiding in the mine, no one had seen him. Whether he was really inside or not, they had to wait for Si Nan to break all the spirit arrays before they could verify it. Until a certain moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the depths of the mine. The violent sound was accompanied by a strong vibration, causing the 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators waiting outside to change their expressions. What's going on? Song Jue and the other Ninth Order Masters immediately turned to look in the direction of the mine with a solemn expression. This was clearly a sign that the explosion array had been activated. Did Si Nan fail? Such a thought immediately popped up in the minds of these people. If the spirit array had been broken, it would not have been activated. Since it had been activated, it must be because Si Nan had failed. There was no need to worry that he would be killed by the explosion. Si Nan was an 8th Order cultivator. Even if he was a Dharma cultivator, an explosion array would not kill him. However, injuries were inevitable. As a result, the progress of breaking the spirit array would definitely be delayed. Just as these people were thinking this, a message suddenly came from inside the mine. It was not that Si Nan had failed, but that the explosion array had been activated by someone. Obviously, it was the work of the person who arranged the spirit array. As for Si Nan, he was unscathed because the spirit array directly exploded when Si Nan approached it. This change confused everyone. They did not know what was going on. It sounded like the person who arranged the spirit array wanted to plot against Si Nan, but failed to grasp the timing and activated the spirit array in advance. Hum! Another sound came from inside the mine. What happened? The 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators, who had just calmed down, became nervous again. Things had developed to this extent, and no one wanted any unexpected changes to happen. However, the sudden explosion undoubtedly worried them. Hum! The third sound. Hum! The fourth sound. Then the fifth sound. There was at least some time between the first few sounds, but the following sounds were continuous and showed no signs of stopping. Even though they had just heard that Si Nan was safe and sound, The group of 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators was still worried. This kind of movement was clearly caused by the continuous activation of the explosion array. The continuous sound made the stone wall outside shake violently. Soon, news came from inside the mine that Si Nan was still safe and sound. All the spirit arrays were activated by the person who arranged them. At this moment, Si Nan was striding forward. As he moved forward, many spirit arrays in front of him exploded one after another. This was the source of the movement. At this moment, in the mine, Si Nan was strolling leisurely with a disdainful smile on his face. It was rumored that Lu Ye's attainments in Formation Tao were extremely high, but now it seemed that this was not the case. He had cracked many spirit arrays along the way. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to crack all the spirit arrays. Obviously, the other party had also noticed this, so he directly activated the power of the spirit arrays. Therefore, at this moment, the scene in the mine was that Si Nan kept walking forward, and in front of him the power of the explosion array was constantly being activated. Balls of fire emerged, and from the surrounding rock walls, rubble rustled down. "Is this the end of the road?" Si Nan murmured. He secretly guessed that the other party did not do this to kill him, because he knew that it was impossible. Since they didn't want to blow him up, the only possibility was that they wanted to collapse the tunnel in exchange for more time to survive. Combined with the rumor that Lu Ye was seriously injured, Si Nan was more and more certain of this conjecture. But how could he give Lu Yi such an opportunity? Song Jue and the others had already promised him that he would get 40% of the reward for killing Lu Yi this time. Although it was just a verbal promise from a few Ninth Order Realm Masters, no one else was qualified to object. Such a huge bounty was of great significance to the sect behind him. As Si Nan continued to move forward, the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who followed behind him to watch the fun were dazzled and full of admiration. From their point of view, it was as if Si Nan was alone, sweeping through all the obstacles in front of him with infinite power. The news in the mine spread. Song Jue and the others were taken aback for a moment before they all rushed towards the mine tunnel. They had thought that it would take at least 1 or 2 days for Si Nan to break the tactical matrix, but now it seemed that it would not take long for them to enter the mine. Lu Ye was hiding in the mine. Although no one expected anything from the reward, there was always an end to everything. They had spent a lot of energy and time chasing after Lu Ye. Now that they had reached the final juncture, naturally, no one wanted to miss it. Several Ninth Order Realm Masters led a group of people and quickly rushed into the mine tunnel. Only then did the other myriad Demon Ridge cultivators react and enter one after another. For a time, the mine tunnel was filled with people. After all, the mine tunnel was not spacious. At most, it could only accommodate 3 to 5 people walking side by side. Naturally, there was no shortage of disputes. For a time, the scene was very lively. From time to time, the panicked cries of some female cultivators could be heard. Obviously, someone had accidentally taken advantage of them. Outside the mine tunnel, Senior Brother Chin, Senior Sister Hu, and the others also hurriedly got up, but before they could move, Ghost Shadow suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Senior Brother Chin's arm while pressing his chest with his other hand. His face suddenly turned pale. "Junior brother?" Senior Brother Chin turned his head to look at Ghost Shadow, wondering why he suddenly became like this. Ghost Shadow raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with fear, as if he had seen something extremely terrible. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother, you can't go." When they were waiting here before, Ghost Shadow had repeatedly persuaded them not to get involved in this matter because he always had a trace of uneasiness in his heart. In addition, this matter involved Lu Yi. The few times he had interacted with Lu Yi, they were all accompanied by great risks. This made Ghost Shadow even more certain that something was wrong this time. But how could Senior Brother Chin, Senior Sister Hu, and the others be willing to not participate in such a grand event? Besides, It was their team that discovered Lu Ye's whereabouts. No matter what, they should be able to get a share of the reward after killing Lu Yi. If they shrank back at this time, they would get nothing. Therefore, even if Ghost Shadow had persuaded them before, Senior Brother Qin and the others did not take it to heart. In their opinion, Lu Ye was dead for sure with more than 20 million Devil Ridge cultivators gathered here. They might not be able to do much, but it was not a problem to join in the fun. Until now. Chapter 6:29. Coming from the same sect, Senior Brother Qin and the others had some understanding of Ghost Shadow's abilities. This Ghost Cultivator Junior Brother had a perception of hidden dangers that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Take the previous encounter in the mine as an example. If Ghost Shadow hadn't suddenly sensed it and warned them in time, Senior Brother Qin, who was walking at the front, wouldn't have just suffered light injuries. "What did you sense?" Senior Brother Qin asked. Ghost Shadow's eyes turned even redder. He shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it's very dangerous." Ever since he had started cultivating, this talent had allowed him to avoid many fatal dangers. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, in the Myriad Poisons forest, and in the Cloud River battlefield, Ghost Shadow had always sensed danger ahead of time and promptly left. Reality had proven that it was precisely this caution that had allowed him to avoid calamities time and time again, allowing him to use his meager cultivation to turn danger into safety time and time again. Those who liked to join in on the fun, those who enjoyed watching a show, and those who had a higher cultivation than him had long since died. But there had never been a time when Ghost Shadow felt such a strong sense of danger in his heart. This made him faintly feel that if they really entered the mine, the danger this time would be more dangerous than any of the previous times. Senior Brother Qin was still hesitating, and Senior Sister, who was also indecisive. Ghost Shadow advised, "Senior Brother, there are so many people involved this time. Even if we succeed in the end, we won't get much of the benefits. It's not worth taking the risk for that little bit of benefit. Even if I'm wrong, we'll only lose a little bit of resources. But what if I'm right?" If he was right, then it was equivalent to avoiding a disaster in advance. These words undoubtedly moved Senior Brother Qin. He patted Ghost Shadow's hand and nodded. "All right, then we'll wait outside." Ghost Shadow let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, if Senior Brother Qin didn't listen to his advice and insisted on going in, he really didn't have any good ideas. At most, he could only ensure that he didn't participate in this matter. He couldn't force others to do anything, even if they were fellow disciples. Fortunately, this senior brother of his was also willing to listen to others' advice. Senior Sister who said, "Should we also warn them?" Senior Brother Qin shook his head. Who would believe that? The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators gathered here were like cats that had smelled blood. They swarmed into the tunnel. It was fine if they didn't go in, but if they reminded others now, they would only be mocked. Others might even think that they had ulterior motives. The number of cultivators outside became fewer and fewer. In the end, only Senior Brother Qin's group of 5 remained. The originally noisy environment suddenly became quiet, making people feel a little uncomfortable. The dull sounds continued to come from the depths of the mine tunnel. Song Jue and the others had caught up with Si Nan, who was walking in the front, and saw the amazing scene. Si Nan kept walking forward. In front of him, explosive tactical deployments were constantly activated, which made the surrounding rock walls loose and gravel rustle down. They immediately came to the same conclusion as Si Nan. The person who set up the formation clearly realized that the formation he had set up could no longer stop Si Nan. So he wanted to use these formations to blow up the mine tunnel and by himself sometime. However, the power of this tactical deployment was not enough. Therefore, although the mine tunnel was now full of gravel, it was still stable. As long as there was no more external force, it would not collapse in a short time. Besides, even if one part of the tunnel collapsed, it would not be a big deal. All the cultivators present were at the Cloud River realm. As long as they were not buried alive on the spot, they would not be in any danger. As long as they spent some time and energy, they would eventually clear the tunnel. After a few miles of winding mine tunnel, there was finally an end. When the buzzing of the explosive tactical deployment stopped, and the last ball of fire was annihilated, a hollowed-out mine appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Si Nan was the first to step in, followed by Song Jue and the others. Behind them, there was an endless stream of cultivators from the myriad Demon Ridge. The mine tunnel was pitch black, but Song Jue and the others still felt a familiar aura at once. They all raised their eyes and looked in that direction. Someone cast a spell. The spell was not very destructive, but it was incomparably bright. It slowly rose into the air like a rising sun. Under the cover of the light, the situation of the entire mine tunnel was clear at a glance. The mine tunnel was full of miscellaneous stones, and the space was not small. In the deepest part of the mine tunnel, a figure was sitting cross-legged, wearing a blood-red robe. The blood on the robe had long dried up, making the blood-red robe hard. He sat there quietly, looking at the group of uninvited guests who had suddenly rushed in. "Luya!" A low shout came from the crowd, and there was an urgent commotion. Although many cultivators from the myriad Demon Ridge could basically conclude that the person hiding here was Luya after all, no one had seen him with their own eyes. At this moment, the person they had been thinking about finally appeared in their field of vision. As soon as the voice fell, streams of spells and imperial tools broke through the space and attacked Luya. However, the distance was still too far. Although Luya's position was within their attack range, the power of the attacks had been greatly reduced by the time they reached Luya. A layer of light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Luya. It was a protective array. The weakened spells and imperial tools hit the protective array, and layers of ripples spread out, but they could not hurt him at all. They could not even break the protective array. The cultivators who attacked were full of unwillingness. They finally understood why Luya was hiding so far away. Someone shouted angrily, "Luya, come and die!" Someone also shouted, "Luya, let's see where you can run this time." In such a closed environment, with such a great disparity in strength, in anyone's opinion, Luya had no hope of escaping unless he could ask the Tianji Pillar again and use its power to escape back to the 9 provinces. However, at this moment, there was no trace of the Tianji Pillar beside Luya. However, these people only shouted and did not dare to act rashly. Luya had set up so many arrays in the mine tunnel before. Who knew if there were any arrays in this mine tunnel? There must be. Before the arrays were broken, no one dared to act rashly. Song Jue leaned over to Si Nan and whispered, "Brother Sinan, Luya can set up a teleportation array. Can you see if there is one around him?" Back in Huitian Valley, Luya used a teleportation array to leave. Although there was no such thing as the Tianji Pillar, if Luya set up a teleportation array here in advance, he could still escape. However, this possibility was not high. According to the information he received, Luya inadvertently exposed his whereabouts and hid here to heal. There was no reason for him to set up a teleportation array, unless he had foreseen this scene and set up a backup plan in advance. Sinan looked carefully. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't see any traces of a teleportation array, but we can't rule out the possibility that the other party deliberately concealed it." They were a little far away, so Sinan could not see too clearly. Song Jue said, "At this time, if he really set up a teleportation array, he must have used it to escape. There is no need to hide it. Since we didn't see it, it must not be there." In such a desperate situation, Luya was going to die in the end. It was a pity that Ingwuji failed in Huitian Valley. Otherwise, he would not have to worry about his cultivation resources in the future. It won't be easy to kill him. He has set up many arrays in this mine. Are you waiting for me to break the arrays or attack? Sinan asked. A trace of doubt suddenly appeared in his heart. Logically speaking, if the other party really wanted to resist stubbornly, the location of the mine entrance was the most suitable place to set up an array. However, in fact, There was no array left at the entrance of the mine. It was as if the other party had deliberately left a place for the myriad demons' ridge cultivators to have a foothold. However, Sinan did not think too much about this matter. He just thought that the other party did not have enough array flags. In the mine tunnel, the other party had set up too many arrays, so the number of array flags consumed must be huge. At this moment, there was still a steady stream of myriad demons' ridge cultivators coming out of the mine tunnel and stepping into the mine. After all, there were nearly 2,000 people in the mine tunnel, so it would take some time for all of them to come in. Song Jue said, "Breaking the array is safe, but it will take a long time. Lu Iya is treacherous, so this matter should not be delayed for too long. What do you think?" The last sentence was directed to the other Ninth Order Realm cultivators. Ning Zizai said, "Brother Song, you can make the decision." Wei Zhong and the other two Ninth Order Realm cultivators had no opinion. Song Jue nodded. "Then let's attack." In this way, although there might be some casualties as long as they were careful enough, there should not be too much of a problem. With this in mind, Song Jue raised his arms and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, Lu Ye is right in front. If you want to share the bounty, follow me to break his array and take his life." Saying so, he took the lead and attacked the empty space in front of him. He really couldn't break the array like Nan, nor could he see where the array was, but as long as he maintained enough power, he could flatten everything in front of him. Naturally, the hidden array wouldn't be able to play any role. He couldn't do it alone, but if all the myriad demons' ridge cultivators worked together, no matter how many arrays Luya had set up here, they would eventually be destroyed. As Song Jue took action, many myriad demons' ridge cultivators also took action. For a time, the spirit chi in the mine was in chaos, and colorful lights constantly bloomed. The blooming spirit chi plowed the ground in front of them over and over again, and all the hidden arrays were forcibly broken before they could be activated. There were also some impatient myriad demon ridge cultivators who leapt up, wanting to fly over and kill Lu Yi. However, before they could even reach 30 feet, a massive pressure descended from the sky, suffocating them. Shockingly, there was also a forbidden space formation set up within the mine. Thunderous rumbling filled the air. The cultivators of the myriad demon ridge rushed into the mine in an arc, constantly attacking and pushing forwards. Bit by bit, they closed in on Lu Ye's direction, bringing with them an aura that left one filled with despair. To be continued. Chapter 630. In the deepest part of the mine, Lu Yi sat alone. Near the exit of the mine, many myriad demon ridge cultivators were spread out in an arc, constantly attacking and pushing forward layer by layer. Inside the huge mine, the spiritual power was extremely chaotic. Song Jue didn't attack again. With so many people gathered, there was no need to attack. He had been secretly observing Lu Ye's reaction. What puzzled him was that even in the face of such a desperate situation, Lu Ye's expression was still as calm as water, without the slightest panic. This made his heart skip a beat. Did Lu Ye really set up a teleportation array in advance? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Or did he know that there was no way to escape and had no intention of resisting? But if the other party had set up a teleportation array in advance, he should have escaped by now. Why stay and take the risk? He secretly estimated the efficiency of the cultivators on his side. In less than a cup of tea's time, they would be able to push 500 feet forward. Once they reached this distance, even if the cultivators on his side only used some long-range attacks, it would be enough to consign Lu Yi to eternal damnation. Although he had set up a protective array, how long could it last? Just as many thoughts flashed through Song Jue's mind, Lu Yi, who had been sitting there motionless, suddenly stood up slowly. He held his long saber in front of him and looked at Song Jue across the air. When their eyes met, Song Jue was surprised to see a smile on the corner of Lu Ye's mouth, followed by Dan Dan's voice. "Quite a few people came, very good." Song Jue frowned and shouted, "Lu Ye, what tricks are you playing now?" Song Jue had been teased by him back in Huitian Valley, which made him angry. Now that Lu Yi suddenly said such words, Song Jue didn't know what he was trying to do. In the current situation, unless he set up a teleportation array in advance, there was no way he could survive. But looking at the other party's posture, it didn't seem like it. You have the advantage in numbers. I'm alone. What tricks can I play? Lu Yi replied casually. Someone in the crowd shouted, Lu Yi, if you know what's good for you, you'd better kill yourself quickly and save yourself some physical pain. Otherwise, when we're in front of you, it won't be easy for you to die. Who will live and who will die? Who can say for sure? The person who spoke laughed out loud. You don't think you have a way out today, do you? A large group of myriad demons Ridge cultivators roared with laughter. You don't need to worry about whether or not I'll be able to survive today. However, I'm afraid that all of you won't be able to survive today. These arrogant words caused even more myriad demons Ridge cultivators to laugh. For a moment, the atmosphere in the mine became joyous. Someone laughed so hard that he clutched his stomach and pointed at Lu Yi. I can't take it anymore. I've always heard about how amazing Lu Yi is, but it turns out that he's just a tough talker. Shameless boasting. Someone shouted angrily. Then I'd like to see how we can't survive. As if in response to this person's question, a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly came from the tunnel behind them, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound. This sudden turn of events caused all the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge to be bewildered. They all turned their heads to look back, and their expressions changed. They saw that the tunnel they had come from had suddenly collapsed. About 30 meters away from the entrance of the tunnel, a large amount of rubble had blocked the tunnel. The fierce spirit energy fluctuations continued to fluctuate, as if someone was madly attacking in the mine. As this person attacked, the range of the mine's collapse grew larger and larger, longer and longer, and the sound of the continuous roar gradually faded away. At this moment, Yi was casting spells in the tunnel. Powerful spells constantly bombarded the fragile rock walls of the tunnel, causing the rock walls to crack and the rubble to scatter, sealing the tunnel. With her current level of cultivation, it would be difficult for her to cause the tunnel to collapse if it was in perfect condition. However, this tunnel had already been bombarded by the explosion array activated by Lu Yi before. The surrounding rock walls were already weaker than normal, and there were even small areas of collapse in many places. What Yi was doing now was just pushing forward the original foundation. Naturally, the collapse of the tunnel was something she could easily achieve. Now that all the myriad demons Ridge cultivators had poured into the tunnel, there was no one in the tunnel. Moreover, everyone's attention was attracted by Lu Yi. When she appeared in the tunnel, no one noticed her at all. It wasn't until she attacked in all directions and the tunnel began to collapse that the myriad demons Ridge cultivators were alarmed. However, it was too late to stop her. When they saw the tunnel collapse, all the myriad demons Ridge cultivators stopped. Ning Zizai even flashed into the tunnel to investigate the situation. When he looked up, he saw that the tunnel they had come from was tightly sealed. Moreover, from the sound of the collapse, the area of the tunnel's collapse was obviously getting farther and farther, even spreading out for 1 or 2 miles. Such a large-scale collapse was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. Even if there were many myriad demons Ridge cultivators, it would still take more than half a day to clear the tunnel. Fortunately, although the tunnel had collapsed, it didn't have much of an impact on the interior of the tunnel. Only the violent shaking caused a lot of rubble to fall from the top of the tunnel. Such a huge commotion naturally spread outside. Listening to Ghost Shadow's advice, Senior Brother Chin, who was waiting outside, immediately sensed the commotion. When he looked up, he saw that the mountain ahead was shaking violently. What happened? Senior Sister who asked. Senior Brother Chin frowned. From the sound of the commotion, it seems that the tunnel has collapsed. Why would it collapse all of a sudden? Senior Sister, who didn't understand. Perhaps it's caused by the aftermath of the battle inside. Senior brother Qin felt that something was wrong. Louis Ye was alone, and the myriad Demon's Ridge had sent more than 2,000 people this time. The battle couldn't have been so intense. As long as the myriad Demon's Ridge found Louis Ye's movements, they should be able to kill him quickly. Just as the two of them were talking, violent winds suddenly swept out from the depths of the tunnel, rushing out from the entrance and sweeping up dust. As expected, the tunnel has collapsed. Senior's sister, whose face was filled with fear. Even Cloud River tier cultivators wouldn't dare to ignore such a large-scale collapse. If they were buried inside, they would definitely die. It was unknown if anyone had been affected. Is this the danger that junior brother sensed? Senior sister, who turned to look at Ghost Shadow, she had to admit that her junior brother's ability to sense danger was indeed impressive. If he hadn't dissuaded everyone just now, they might have really encountered this calamity. Ghost Shadow's expression was solemn, and he slowly shook his head. It shouldn't be that simple. A simple collapse couldn't have made him feel such a fierce sense of danger. Even now, when he recalled that feeling, he still felt lingering fear. However, he really couldn't understand what dangers were inside. No matter how he looked at it, Louis Ye was definitely going to die this time. In the tunnel, as the sound of the collapse continued to spread, the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators also stopped what they were doing. However, everyone's expression was still considered calm. As long as the tunnel didn't collapse, it wasn't a big problem. The tunnel had collapsed because there was no way to leave in a short time. After killing Louis Ye, with so many people working together, they would definitely be able to clear a path. They wouldn't be trapped here to death. He actually has helpers. Song Jue frowned. The accident just now wasn't an accident, but a man-made one. Louis Ye had a hidden helper. After everyone had entered the mine, the helper made a move and collapsed the tunnel. However, no one saw what that helper looked like. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, some unusual information revealed by this made Song Jue feel uneasy. He recalled the scene when he followed behind Sinan and watched Sinan move forward as if he was wrapped in endless power, flattening the explosion formations set up by Louis Ye. At that time, in his opinion, Louis Ye felt that those explosion formations couldn't stop Sinan, so he simply activated them in advance with the intention of collapsing the tunnel in exchange for time at death's door. However, now it seemed that things weren't that simple. Those explosion formations that were activated in advance didn't collapse the tunnel, but instead made the rock walls around the tunnel loosen. After being attacked, it was easier for the tunnel to collapse. Louis Ye had arranged for another helper to hide in the back, resulting in the current situation where no one could leave the tunnel. The current situation wasn't caused by a coincidence. It was originally part of some plan. What did he want to do? Song Jue frowned. He really couldn't guess Louis Ye's intentions. The only thing he could think of now was that Louis Ye had set up a teleportation formation in advance and would find an opportunity to use it to leave here. If that was the case, then this operation would end in failure again. However, the other party hadn't left yet, so there was a high probability that he didn't have a teleportation formation. He also had a helper secretly coordinating with him, resulting in the current situation where everyone was trapped in the tunnel. Suddenly, someone in the crowd laughed. Louis Ye, don't tell me you want this tunnel to collapse and bury everyone with you? If that's the case, then I'll have to disappoint you. It's only the tunnel that's collapsed. Although the hollowed-out tunnel had been affected by the tremor just now, it wasn't a big deal and was still solid. Bury with me? Louis Ye's gaze was still calm as he looked at the densely packed cultivators of the myriad Demon's Ridge. You don't have the qualifications. As I said, the only ones who won't live today are you. As he spoke, Louis Ye raised a hand and curled his middle finger, holding a dark green bead at the tip of his finger. At this moment, a large amount of gray mist ignited on the talent tree in the source spirit aperture, aiming at the direction of the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators. Louis Ye poured his spiritual power into it and flicked his finger. "Stop that thing!" someone shouted. Although they didn't know what Louis Ye had flicked, Any action at this time was extremely suspicious. As the person's voice fell, a series of attacks attacked the dark green bead. Multicolored light enveloped the dark green bead like a flood. However, in the next moment, the rich, dark green light instantly broke through the blockade of the multicolored light and exploded like a green cloud, sweeping in all directions. The myriad poison bead that would shake the 9 provinces in the future and make countless cultivators tremble in fear at the mention of its name, displayed its domineering power for the first time today. To be continued. Chapter 631. The dark green poisonous cloud exploded and instantly enveloped a large area, filling the space with green poisonous miasma. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. It was a color deeper than darkness and seemed to be able to devour all light. Everyone thought that Lu Yi had flicked out a spiritual weapon to kill enemies. Who would have thought that it was such a plaything? Many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were caught off guard and were enveloped by the poisonous miasma. The next moment, exclamations rang out. "It's poison! Hold your breath! Take the antidote pill! Damn you, Luya! I'm going to tear you into pieces!" The cultivators who were not affected by the poisonous miasma all panicked and retreated, trying to avoid the poisonous miasma. The affected cultivators hurriedly activated their spiritual power to protect themselves. At the same time, they held their breaths and hurriedly took out antidote pills from their storage bags and swallowed them. In this chaotic environment, another dark green myriad poison, pearl, rushed out of the miasma and flew above the many myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators. This time, before they could do anything to stop it, the myriad poison pearl exploded with a loud bang. A huge poisonous cloud spread out and enveloped a large number of myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. Then, in another direction, the third infinite poison pearl exploded. When Lu Yi had returned to the Spirit Stream battlefield to see Hua Xiai, he had taken a total of 3 infinite poison pearls from her. This time, he had used all of them, leaving not a single one behind. As a result, almost all the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were enveloped by the poisonous cloud. As the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators' spiritual power surged, the poisonous cloud spread throughout the entire mine. Soon, violent coughing sounds came from the thick green fog, accompanied by labored breathing and screams. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were shocked to find that even if they activated their spiritual power to protect themselves, they could not resist the corrosion of the poisonous miasma. Even if they held their breaths, the omnipresent poisonous miasma seemed to have entered their bodies through their pores. In just a few seconds, everyone showed different signs of being poisoned. Some felt numb all over, some felt unbearably itchy, and some felt dizzy. They staggered, and an abnormal green color appeared on their faces. But without exception, almost everyone felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies had become stagnant, and the flow of the spiritual energy river had slowed down. Moreover, this sign became more and more obvious as time passed. Putong putong sounds came from all over the place. Surprisingly, some of the cultivators with lower cultivation could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. The cultivators who could still hold on fled in all directions, but the poisonous fog had already filled most of the mine. Seeing that even Lu Ye's position was no longer safe, where could they escape to? Originally, there was a way out by following the tunnel, but just now the tunnel had completely collapsed, and this place had become a completely sealed environment. There were curses, angry shouts, and screams of people being trampled. The scene was chaotic. Somewhere in the crowd, Song Jue felt his body weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. Even he, a 9th Order from a first-grade sect, couldn't resist the corrosion of the poisonous fog. So how could anyone else? Not long ago, he thought that Lu Yi had no other way out except to arrange a transmission array in advance. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had become so bad. The other party had never thought of escaping. He stayed here just to invite them into a trap. He wanted to kill 2,000 cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge by himself. How audacious! Originally, this was impossible to achieve, but under the other party's step-by-step guidance and planning, this impossible thing now had some possibility of being realized. Yes, at this point, how could Song Jue not understand that this was all part of Lu Ye's plan? It was true that he had exposed his whereabouts, but it was probably not accidental. He had deliberately exposed himself to attract a large number of people from Myriad Demon Ridge here. As for his serious injuries, it should also be a kind of smokescreen. At the very least, he didn't see any signs of injury on Lu Ye's body. Lu Ye's aura was very stable. He had arranged many explosion arrays in the mine tunnel, but his biggest purpose was not to prevent the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators from investigating further, but to loosen the stone walls in the mine tunnel in preparation for the collapse of the mine tunnel. When many cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge were attracted to this place, his hidden helper took action. The mine collapsed, and everyone was trapped in this place, unable to escape for a while. And in such a sealed environment, the poison fog's power was undoubtedly at its greatest. It wasn't that he didn't have doubts before. For example, why was Lu Yi seriously injured? Who hurt him? Why was Lu Yi able to hide in the depths of Tai Mang Mountain for several days without being discovered by anyone, but instead exposed himself in the periphery? Even if his whereabouts were exposed, he shouldn't have chosen to hide in such an environment where there was no way out. But these doubts were all explained by himself with some possible answers. Moreover, who would have thought that a fifth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator would be so bold? Not only did he not try to hide his whereabouts when he was being hunted down by the entire Myriad Demon Ridge camp, he even took the initiative to set up a trap. He even lured so many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators in at once. Wasn't he afraid of screwing things up? At this moment, it was meaningless to think about this. In this closed environment, the power of the poisonous fog was gradually showing its effect, and Song Jue could already feel his strength rapidly declining. Although he had taken the detoxification pill immediately, the effect of the detoxification pill was extremely limited. If he didn't find a way to leave this place quickly, he was afraid that all 2,000 cultivators would be wiped out. Thinking of the possible consequences, Song Jue couldn't help but shudder. Killing 2,000 cultivators at the same time was something that had never happened in the history of the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, and it was impossible to happen. He had heard that thousands of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators had died directly or indirectly at Lu Ye's hands during the Spirit Stream battlefield, but that was only hearsay. The number of cultivators that had been killed was only a number to him. But when this number turned into fresh lives, even Song Jue, who had killed many people, couldn't remain indifferent. He pushed his spirit energy and shouted, "What are you panicking for? Those below the Third Order realm, hurry up and clear the mine. Those above the Third Order realm, destroy the spirit array and kill Lu Yi." Song Jue had to admit that he was quite experienced in making arrangements at this time, and his arrangements were undoubtedly the right medicine for the problem. As long as they could quickly clear the passage they came from, they would have a way out. No matter how powerful the poison was, as long as they didn't die immediately, there would always be a way to deal with it. While clearing the passage, killing Lu Yi would solve the problem at the source. Although killing Lu Yi wouldn't cure them of the poison, at the very least, they wouldn't be threatened in this environment. In this closed environment, Lu Yi was their only enemy. In such a chaotic situation, people like Song Jue needed to stand up and preside over the overall situation. Following his shout, the panicked cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge seemed to have found their backbone and started to move. Colorful lights bloomed again as many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators continued their previous actions, pushing forward to break through the spirit array arranged by Lu Yi. The cultivators below the Third Order realm also turned back and rushed towards the mine tunnel, preparing to clear the rubble in it. However, many cultivators staggered and fell to the ground after just a few steps. They didn't die immediately, but they had no strength left in their bodies. The flow of spirit energy in their bodies had almost stagnated, and they couldn't circulate it at all. Cultivators who couldn't circulate their spirit energy were stronger than ordinary people. In the end, only a dozen or so people managed to walk into the mine tunnel, but even they didn't know how long they could last. Hong, hong, hong. Violent sounds continued to erupt as the spirit energy fluctuations became extremely chaotic. At this moment, the entire mine was filled with poisonous fog, and even Lu Ye's position wasn't spared. He still stood there with his long saber, allowing the myriad demon ridge cultivators to approach him bit by bit. His face was as calm as an ancient well, and he even had the leisure to immerse himself in observing the reaction of his talent tree. Soon he found that the 10,000 poison bead he summoned this time was much more powerful than the last time, because the reaction of his talent tree was more intense than before. This undoubtedly meant that the 10,000 poison beads' toxicity was much stronger this time. This discovery surprised him a little. So far, Lu Yi had only used the 10,000 poison bead once, and that was in the myriad beast-sealed world against the Black Tortoise sect master, Niumeng. The situation at that time was really desperate. Although he had several Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators on his side, they couldn't fight back against Niumeng, who had transformed into the core of the insect nest. Pang Dahai, who was disguised as a body cultivator, was almost beaten to death by Niumeng. Even Zhou Hai, a sword cultivator known for his killing ability, couldn't cause any effective damage to Niumeng. In the end, Lu Yi had no choice but to summon the 10,000 poison bead to attack both friend and foe. This weakened Niumeng's strength, and together with Zhou Hai, they found an opportunity to break his beast transformation secret technique. At that time, he summoned the 10,000 poison bead because he had no other choice. After all, Lu Yi was immune to poison and others couldn't. Niumeng in his beast form was undoubtedly very strong. After seeing the strength of the giant berserk ape, Lu Yi felt that Niumeng in his beast form was almost at the level of an overlord. But even so, his strength was still weakened by the 10,000 poison bead. Even an overlord couldn't resist the power of the 10,000 poison bead, let alone these myriad demon ridge cultivators who had now entered the mine. Moreover, the 10,000 poison bead this time was even more poisonous than the last one. Lu Yi didn't know that the 10,000 poison bead was the condensation of Hua Si's cultivation. This thing could not only be used to fight enemies, but could also be used as a reserve for Hua Si's cultivation. In other words, when Hua Si broke through to the Cloud River realm in the future, she could swallow the 10,000 poison bead again to improve her cultivation. To be continued.